we have Matty on Zoom. Welcome to him. I'm not 100%. In fact, I'm running a drug dealing operation from the top table to try and get through today. And just ask for a little bit of patience with Nigel also not being that well this week. We've got two staff out of both staff and Marco in the Mayor's office also off sick. Very warm welcome to Sophie Lyons from our Youth Council. My advice is take lots of advice from the councillor to your right. Oh. Well, I was thinking she was going to absorb all that wisdom from Mel Courtney. Now she's stuck between two of the young guns and I'm even more worried. But a very warm welcome to you, Sophie, and we look forward to your participation during the meeting. I would ask for Councillor Stella to begin us with a karakia, please.
Morena koutou. Whakatakataho ki te ura, whakatakataho ki te tonga, ki a mā, kina ki uta, ki a mā, tātara ki tai, e hia ki ana, te atakura, he tia, he huka, he hohu, ti hei Māori ora.
Are there any interests specific to today's agenda that anybody wishes to declare? Councillor Paki.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to go back to item 1. Apologies. Apparently I'm here. I'm not sure how I issued an apology. So kia ora.
Yeah, we were notified of it, but on my updated calendar, it's been crossed off. It gets to a sad state of affairs when you have to apologise for your presence. You're certainly not in the bad boy camp yet. No apologies. Interest. The business. The only thing with the order of business is that of.
Sorry, minute.
Oh, sorry, Rachel.
Just refreshing that myself. Yeah. So. My sister has a very, very, very small contract with the Nelson Festivals Trust as a youth coordinator, and it is noted in my interest register, but just...
Good to be drawn to our attention, not of a scale that should preclude you from participating in any way with the strategic presentation from the Festivals Trust. I have invited the Festivals Trust to come in at 9:45. And just in managing the agenda, I may juggle the items around that just to work in with them. We come to public forum and I'd like to invite Matt Laurie and the Bike Hub Nelson to present.
Kia ora, Mayor Nick.
Yeah, very warm welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
You know the drill all too well.
I do. I know pretty well. Hey, I got to say, I love what you've done with the place. Gorgeous, way sleeker, very modern. Kia ora koutou, everyone. I'm Matt Laurie. I am the coordinator these days of Bike Hub Nelson, which is a Nelson charity with a great story to tell, and we're here to tell it and to thank you for making it possible. Joining me are Kevin Gear, who's one of our volunteers. He's part of the Awesome Wednesday crew, and Emily Osborne, who's one of the OGs, one of the founders of the Bike Hub, and she's also on our committee. So, yeah, like I said, here to share a great story, and I think this photo up here sort of sums it up quite nicely. We are a charity that takes donated bikes and fixes them up and makes them available to the community on a koha basis. And since our launch on a cold night in May in 2022, we have rehomed over 2,200 bikes. And many of those bikes have gone to people like the family that you see in that photo right there, a family of former refugees from Myanmar who were brought to us by Red Cross. We work a lot with Red Cross, and they received these bikes, helmets, lights and locks for free. We operate on a koha basis, so we're not giving away all the bikes, but a decent percentage of them do go to people in need who would not otherwise have a bike. Additionally, we've started offering courses so people can learn how to fix and maintain bikes. We sold out our June sessions, our July sessions, and I think we've sold out our August sessions as well. We are also about to launch a new scheme where businesses can try having a cargo e-bike to find out if that would be something that would be good for them. We also run a service where we fix and maintain school bike fleets. Some of you will remember a few years ago there was a thing called Bikes in Schools, fantastic project. It put bikes in schools, but what the schools didn't have going forward was the resource to maintain and repair them. So we have answered that need, that call, and that's also a successful part of our operation. We're based in a concrete bunker of a building that you can see in the photo. It's at Saxton. We love it. Thank you very much for the awesome lease, the community lease that we get from you guys. It's a great spot because it's got heaps of room around it. There's plenty of space for people to go and ride bikes safely. And people can ride the bus to the hub if they want to get there on a bus. We open our doors to the public twice a week, but we also have 4 sessions a week where we have our volunteers working on bikes. We have over 50 volunteers, and they represent 3 generations of Nelsonians. It's not uncommon to have all 3 generations working shoulder to shoulder on bikes. Some of the bikes, like the one you can see there, didn't take a lot of work. Some of them do. So we've got people stripping bikes, taking bikes apart that aren't suitable, and recycling the parts. We'll also work with the Salvation Army and Housing First. We see quite a lot of their customers, and we always enjoy seeing them. We also occasionally will do special jobs, like this was a young fella whose trike that was his reason to get up in the morning had broken and no one seemed to be able to fix it. And we fixed it, but we also got some help from Kelvin's cycle shop here in town. Important to mention cycle shops because they have been among our biggest supporters because they see us as growing the cycling pie. And we are. I mean, we think we're putting over 100 cyclists, new cyclists, on the road, on the cycleways of Nelson every month. Because pretty much everyone who comes to get a bike from us really needs one, really wants one, and doesn't have one. We also work with a lot of charities. A whole lot of charities work with us. They bring people to us. We will work with the police. The police have been amazing. They actually give us some of the bikes that they end up with. Traditionally, for a long time, they've put those bikes into a auction, but the new police commander agreed that they would in the future, or go forward from about a year and a half ago, donate those bikes to Bike Hub Nelson, which is an awesome result. We often see a lot of people who are students. We see a lot of people who are new arrivals. So we like to think we're doing our bit for Aotearoa Inc. as well in terms of just good public relations. And I'll just flick through a few more of these. But it's a very happy place, our workshop. Our volunteers are happy people, as Kevin will attest. And it's not uncommon to actually get a hug from people because sometimes they'll turn up and they'll want a bike for their son or their daughter. And we'll say, well, what about a bike for you as well? And then they say, well, actually, my hubby could do with a bike as well. And also our eldest. And they'll come back the next day and we sort them all out. It's a pretty cool thing. Make a lot of people happy. And we see our stickers that are on the bikes all over town. One of our volunteers recently did an audit at the school bike shed in their local school, and they reckon 40% of the bikes had Bike Hub stickers on them. Yeah, so it's making us very happy. And we just want to say thank you very, very much for your support. You give us some funding support. You support us with our rent at the workshop. And really, we couldn't do it without you. So you are partly responsible for all these happy people. And there's some of our volunteers. That's the Wednesday crew, and there's the Tuesday crew. So yeah, that's us. I'm just going to swing now left to Kevin. Kevin, you got any thoughts you'd like to share with the nice people?
I think, is there something left? No, well done, Matt. My thoughts are exactly what Matt said, but the biggest thrill about the Bike Hub is seeing the people's faces, particularly the young people, when they leave there, the smile on their faces, what it does for them, it gives them more confidence, and people who arrive that have no mode of transport whatsoever, when they leave there on a bike, big smile on their face, it's given them back some self-worth, I suppose, to some degree. It's absolutely amazing what feeling you get from them. So that's all I can really add, Matt.
Thank you. Emily?
Yeah, just add to that just how liberating and how powerful the bicycle can be. You know, we take it for granted a bit. It's just awesome that these bikes have been sitting in people's garages. They donate them, we fix them, and they go out again. And we just underestimate how powerful that is. It's awesome.
Another cool story, when the Bike Hub launched on that cold night in May 2022, Emily, as one of the original founders, was there. And the next night that people were there was when we opened the doors to the public. And Emily was a bit worried that no one would turn up. So she took out to Saxton Field a deck of cards just to maybe play cards because maybe no one was going to turn up.
Well, I thought we'd just have a little cup of tea and play cards because...
Yeah.
But who would have thought 2,200 bikes later?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. And it's just been busy pretty much from the word go. And yet at the same time, we still meet people all the time who turn up and say, I only just found out about you guys. Discover you on Facebook. I'm so pleased to be here because I really need some bikes for my family and I can't really afford to go to a new shop and buy to a bike shop and buy new ones. So yeah, there's some other obvious benefits, just things like we're keeping bikes out of landfill. Unbelievably, bikes did used to end up in landfill. They don't so much now. We're a place where people come together and connect, like our volunteers. We've had volunteers who have started up working for us after being made redundant, who have then met someone through the hub and scored a job out of it. There's just like a ton of good things happening at the hub. And like I say, we couldn't do it without you. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, let's take a few questions. We don't have a heavy agenda today, and it's very exciting seeing the presentation and how much progress the organisation has made over the last couple of years. Just as a start of a 10 from myself, the council provides the Bike Hub with the support of the community lease on the building. Are we providing any additional grant and those sorts of support for the operation of the Bike Hub, Matt?
You certainly are. You certainly are. Council has been giving us $7,700 per 6 months, $15,400 per annum, and council's been paying us $5,000 per annum for the Bikes in Schools program. That's the maintenance program, which we do on a Wednesday. We have a very, very good mechanic named Andrew who visits schools and gets those bikes working again. One of the experiences he's had doing that is because a lot of the schools have containers with these bikes in them, which have broken down and aren't being able to be used much. And he's had kids turn up while he's been fixing bikes, and they didn't know that they had a fleet of bikes because they've been out of action for a while. So that's making a difference too. And our rent, we get a great deal with the rent, but council is also contributing $1,800 per annum towards our rent. Yeah, great investment.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, welcome. Awesome story. I just love the Bike Hub and I love your work. I feel like getting out on a bike is one of the most liberating things. So you're just doing such awesome work. Where next? What's any plans for the future? And I guess as part of that also, does the Bike Hub do any kind of advocacy around kind of cycling safety and improving cycling infrastructure in our region?
Thanks for Rachel. The where next question is an interesting one because quite often in committee meetings, Emily would say, we need a strategic plan. And I'd be thinking, I'm just trying to keep the wheels turning right now because we got very, very busy, but we've built up our volunteer capacity to the point that it's a lot smoother now in terms of getting the bikes in. Because, for us to rehome 2,200 bikes means that Nelsonians have donated probably 2,500 bikes because not all of the bikes are going to make the grade. So we were sort of concentrating on just our core service, but we have branched out into the repairs and the courses. One thing that we are thinking about is learn to ride. Because we do get people who come to the Bike Hub who don't actually, they really want a bike, but they don't feel safe on a bike. So we think that's possibly a future direction for us. Yeah.
Now,
Thanks, man, Nick, and welcome, Matt and Emily and Kevin. It is, as Councillor Sanson said, a great story. I want to know, Emily, the backstory, please. Where was it born out of the idea? And
well, there was this concrete bunker that says men and women on one side, so it's public toilets on that side, and the other side is our workshop. And we went in there in May, and it was just cobwebs and old bikes that had been gathered up. What was the program called before, where the bikes came from? It was old police bikes, and it had sort of been a bit abandoned. And Bevan and Matt had thought, what can we do with this? And just put an ad in the paper and asked for volunteers to come along and see if we can fix up these bikes and maybe start something. So we got out a bottle of Jif and got rid of the cobwebs and started fixing the bikes. What was the program called before then? It was
The Green Bike Scheme. And Mel, great question. One of the things that in the early days, I would tell my beloved wife, Tanya, who some of you know, she's very nice. She's a very, very nice person. But I'd tell her what we're planning, and she would say, and people are going to just give you bikes. And I'd say, yeah. And she'd say, is this going to work? And I'd say, babe, it's going to work. So that's been one of the real joys for me, is seeing it work like that. Yeah. Because, we didn't know.
Really appreciate the presentation. You're 2 years in. It's really good for the council to know the progress that's been achieved, and the partnership exists with us in terms of those sub-ends. And I think you can tell by the positive reception you've received this morning, if you get right into a strategic plan and there were further things that you could do in that space, I know the council would be up for a conversation.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you very much for listening. If anyone would like to come and see the hub, the workshop in action, we do a pretty great morning tea. The scones are home bought, and they're delicious. And you're all welcome to come out for a cup of tea, a coffee, a scone, to meet some of the volunteers, or come along to one of the public sessions, which can be very busy. We get queues on Monday nights particularly, but you're very welcome to come out and just see what we do and hang out with the team. Yeah. Oh, and if any of you are on Facebook, I don't know if any of you are, but if any of you are still doing social media, we love it when people follow our page. It's particularly good for my self-esteem, and it also helps us to get the word out there. So thank you very much.
Let's start one more.
Yeah.
Matty, who's online and crook like I am, has a question, and we'll wrap up with his element and your response. Over to you, Matty.
How about that? Can you hear me?
We can now.
Oh, lovely. Hey,
You look like you've got a
thank.
huge halo over your head, which is entirely appropriate, Matty.
Yeah, you don't want to see my face. Kia ora koutou team. I love your work. White House and Nico use your service. It's really transformative. I was wondering, with a couple of questions. I forgot one of them. The first, so the businesses I heard you mention Calvin's. I like to support people that support people. So you mentioned Calvin's, and I was also wondering about your workshops. Do you cover? Because I don't know how to work my fix my disc brakes. I'm just wondering about workshops as well.
Kia ora, Matty. I think you'd be a perfect contender for our intermediate course. We've got a new one starting in August. $60. 4 sessions, bargain. But if you actually were serious about learning how to do, things like disc brakes, we've got the course for you.
Awesome. And any other guys you can that support you guys you can recommend other than Calvin's? I use Calvin's. Sorry. I was suggesting you might want to come to us, Matty, and learn how to do it yourself. But to be honest, all of the bike shops have been supporting us. Every one of them has done something for us over the last couple of years, and it might have been helping us out with a part, or in the situation of Calvin's, there was a particularly tricky bit of mechanics that needed to be worked on, and they did that work for a really good price. Okay, thank you so much.
They're all very supportive, Matty. Thanks.
Thanks, Matty. Thanks, Matt, again for the presentation, but more importantly for the work that the Bike Hub is doing. And keep in touch as the charity continues this awesome work on Saxon.
Thank you. Just before I go, I'd also like to say on the public record, thank you very much to all the charities who are supporting us, from the Nelson Hospice store to Vinnie's to the Helping Families, and also the Environment Centre. All these other organisations have got behind us in terms of helping us with things like particularly collecting and passing on cycle helmets and things like high-vis vests. It's a real community effort. Thanks again for listening. Great to be here. Cheers.
Thank you. We come to the minutes of our meeting of 6th of June. is Councillor Sanson is comfortable to move those, and Councillor Courtney is happy to second those. Does anybody have any concerns about those minutes? That being the case, I shall put them. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
We now come to the Mayor's report. It's my intention to take my Mayor's report, firstly just in pro forma on item 1. I'd then like to take the item in the discussion with respect to the airport land, resolutions 2 and 3, then do resolution 4, and then do 5 and 6 together in 7, just so that we can have a discussion through the key topic areas, providing there is no objection to doing it in that way. So just from the chair, I'll just move formally resolution number, which is no more than the receipt of the report. Is someone prepared to second that? Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, say no. The second item is with respect to the airport, of which I wish to make a few opening comments. I don't think I've ever dealt with an issue that is as complicated from the number of different hats that the council wears on something that's actually pretty important. And that does make this quite a difficult one to navigate. Firstly, the council is a 50% owner in the airport, and we have quite important legal and director-related responsibilities as a 50% shareholder of an important business for the city. And then secondly to that, we've got this quite challenging but critically important regulatory role under the Resource Management Act, with the airport company having to apply to the council for the Plan Change 30, enabling the extension of the runway. And again, there's a very important legal process that must be followed around that. And I've been worried for over a year, knowing that we're also the landowner, and that there may end up being a discussion about how you might reconfigure some of the land use to accommodate a potential extension of the airport. So in some respects, I was quite relieved, noting these quite complicated processes and not wanting the council to compromise its role in respect of Plan Change 30 when the independent commissioners themselves ask the airport company and the golf course to go away and have a discussion around a potential reconfiguration. Now, I think it's quite important with respect to my Mayor's report today that myself and every councillor does not get into a debate about the pros and cons of the airport extension or not. The right time to have that discussion is when the independent commissioners report back to us. But that should not stop us taking a practical approach in allowing the golf course and the airport company in a way that says, well, if the airport extension does go ahead, then what sort of different land use would we be prepared to contemplate? Myself and a group of councillors last Thursday went with the golf club to inspect the different land areas. I have seen a discussion about the peninsula land spanning more than 20 years as a actually beautiful piece of land. It's coastal, it is close to the city, but very limited in its use in the way that it is effectively landlocked by the activity of the airport. What I am proposing in my Mayor's report today is that we authorise the Chief Executive to have the discussions with the Nelson Golf Club and the Nelson Airport Company on the potential use of that airport potential land in a reconfigured golf course. I would want, in giving that instruction to the chief executive, for him to ensure that he is well legal advised in respecting the Plan Change 30 process, of which I know he's very capable and the council expertise can ensure that is maintained. I am wanting him to take on board the important issue of public access. There is a walkway around the airport that I would have been personally around at least 1,000 times as I've tried to keep young and fit like Councillor Hodgson. And we're not sure I'm as fit as you, Al, but it's a one.
I'm not the target.
You're not the target. But I look, there are hundreds of people, of which I'm just one, that use that perimeter walkway. We would want the chief executive to take into account that important issue of public access. I'd also come from the perspective that the chief executive's job would be to engage constructively with both those two important organisations, the Nelson Golf Club and the airport company, with an open mind to see whether there could be a solution around that. I note in my report that there is an extra complicating factor, and that is the Kiwi share that exists in the constitution of the Nelson Airport Company. It is my understanding, but it's something the chief executive would need to get good advice on, is that the Kiwi share only applies to the portion of the land that is covered by the airport company lease. Now, that is included in the area in which the golf club has asked for access to. There is some legal question in that the Kiwi share applies to those areas that are absolutely essential for the functioning of the airport. But regardless, my expectation would be that the chief executive would be liaising with the Ministry of Transport and being quite open about the discussion and the potential use of that land. Now, there will be, and quite responsibly, the council over the last 20 odd years has seen that peninsula area as vacant. It's got a fair amount of bracken and gorse and a few pine trees and other things on it. There has been a small amount of plantings on it, just in terms of making use of it. But I'm not one of a view that that should detract from considering these options that have been put forward to us by the golf club. In respect of the golf club, I would note they are one of the oldest golf clubs in New Zealand. I would note that it is the only course in the top of the south that has the length of course to be a championship level golf course. And I had a chat with a councillor and they asked me to clarify. The area of land that they currently have is their freehold land. They're actually one of our bigger ratepayers on the current land, which is somewhat unusual in that most of our sports clubs, including our own golf club, far from being ratepayers, we provide the lands for recreation. So my report stands. I'm happy in the first instance to take questions, whether of a technical nature. I will refer them to the chief executive, and then it will be my intention to move the two resolutions together because I think they logically sit together and then enable a debate. So items 2 and 3, firstly open to questions to myself or the chief executive. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nick. My question is around have you instructed the chief executive to have dialogue around swapping the land, selling the land to the golf course, and those conversations? Have you prepared the chief executive for that sort of talk to the golf club?
I discussed with the chief executive the resolutions that I would were brought to today and consulted with him about their content, but I've not given the chief executive any instructions to date. The position that I would have, and he may come with further advice back to council, noting that any decisions about the future of the Airport Peninsula for a reconfigured golf course would need to go through public consultation and would need to come back to council. But my take on it would be that it would be unusual and most likely that it would retain its status as reserve land. The reason I favour that view is that when a council changes land from being for reserve purposes, it gets into a really complicated discussion with government, and it's perfectly proper to have a golf course operating on a reserve. So it's not my expectation. The Chief Executive may come back with alternative advice. It's not my expectation that it would see the land status as reserve changing. Councillor Pakipaki.
Good, Mr. Chair. I think there were two aspects, and just wanted to extend a thanks to the Nelson Golf Club last week for hosting us. It was quite good to actually get on the ground and have a really good look around in terms of just our spatial awareness. The first question is there was a brief mention about the safety concerns and how that they would manage that. So that part of, I'm not too sure how deep the dialogue has been and how the golf course is currently managing some of the sections of the course in terms of public safety. If the walkway is going to be still, or rather extended, established around the in conjunction with the course itself, how we're going to be able to begin those discussions about public safety. And I guess the other one that goes in combination with that, and I think most of the concerns will be from the community. You've touched on it briefly, and that is about public access, ensuring that that people. I think that that the sell, I guess, and the appetite will be increased with if there is a increase in public access to that area, and. I honestly, I can't remember with our discussions from last week. Have those discussions been had? So with regard to safety and I know we're early days, but those are one of the first things that when I speak to people about it, that's popped up pretty much straight away.
I think, Councillor Pakipaki, the questions of safety are right on the money and are a really important consideration in multiple respects. Firstly, there's the issue of nothing is as important for aviation as safety. The very driver and the application they have made for Plan Change 30 is related to the size of the safety buffer areas at the two ends of the runway. There is also a really important issue for the airport in respect of safety around the distance of the grass runway. And anybody involved in airports is aware of bird strike and the risk in relation to that. The second safety issue is with respect to the compatibility of golf and the airport and golf and public access areas. In my view, and right around the world, there is compatibility, in my view, between golf courses and airports. Part of that is for the reason that airports do not want high structures or buildings immediately adjacent to them for obvious reasons. They have quite low levels right around them in terms of building height access. And the other part you rightly raise is with respect to, or what about the access between either walkers or other recreationists and the golfers? They are able to successfully manage those on the southern end at the airport at the moment, in that the southern walkway goes through. I commend the golf club on the good relationship they had with the council in being able to last year complete the cycleway through the airport. So I think the issues there are important. They would need to be given consideration too, but I think they are manageable, and that ultimately would be what we'd be asking the Chief Executive to do. Councillor Rollo and then Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I'm happy if Councillor Sanson goes first. I know she had her hand up prior to.
Happy for that. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I've got a few questions. Can you confirm who owns the land that the golf club is sited on? I know you said that the golf club own it, but it's not stated in the report. And I guess last term there was discussions around recreational access in that area, and I had understood that that area, or part of the area, and it might be the airport runway extension area, was actually leased by the golf club. So I'd really like actually to be able to eyeball which part of the land is owned by the golf club and which is owned by the airport. So I don't feel able to make a decision until I can kind of see that, because I don't feel like it's as simple as the golf club owns the land and the airport's basically acquiring the land. I'm not sure that that's the case. So if that information could be provided before we
Yes,
make a decision,
let me get that as
would be-
urgently as I can. My understanding is that all of the, if we go to the letter that we received from the golf club, which is on page 25 of the agenda, there is an area adjacent to Bolt Road that is used by the golf club as its driving range, which is owned by the Crown, that is Airport Reserve, that is leased back to the golf club for the purposes of their driving range. Now, I'm in a difficult position, and normally I would have Stephen Rainbow, jumping to try and provide that paper. Is there someone who could? I'm more than happy. There is the information in the Mayor and Councillor's office that Councillor Sanson receives that requires that I like to circulate to all councillors so that councillors can see the full map of the titles.
And I think what I'm really interested in is the land that the airport runway extension is planned for. Who owns that? Like, is that
There's
airport
no question that the land that's through Plan Change 30 that the airport is seeking to require under the Public Works Act off the golf club is freehold land owned by the Nelson Golf Club. No question of that.
Okay, it would just be really helpful to have that for this report.
It's a relatively small section of land. And to put it quite simply, Councillor Sanson, if the airport company owned the land that the golf club has that it requires for its runway extension, it would simply cease the lease and take it over and build its airport. The very reason for Plan Change 30 is that they need the Public Works Act to be able to compulsorily acquire off the golf club that area of freehold land that the golf club owns.
Okay, I'd just really like I'd like to see some information around that, because I actually understood that it was leased. So that's probably, and then I just also wondered whether maybe the Parks and Reserves team can give some commentary around any public access issues, historic public access issues in relation to the golf club, because I thought that there had actually been aspirations for the cycleway to kind of go through and connect to the airport, the path that goes around the airport, but that the golf club hadn't permitted that. So I'd like to understand that. And then I guess I'm really wanting to understand what the process would be from here. Like, how do we ensure a transparent and robust process that involves community engagement? Because I think, you know, the biggest concern here really is loss of public recreational access. And having been around the table here when we removed golfing from Neil Park because of the endangerment to recreational users, like people aren't allowed to drive golf clubs, you know, golf balls on Neil Park anymore. I think trying to have a, you know, like a fairway down the side of the airport where you've got people of all ages and little kiddies on scooters and things blowing against golfers, I just can't see how we can kind of, you know, maintain safe public access. So I'd really like to ensure that we have a really robust process around this.
A number of questions in there. Let me work the way through them. The first thing is, walkways, cycleways and golfers, can they safely be maintained together? Well, just last year, we opened the cycleway that goes through from Aotea Place through into Bolt Road, and it's been operating now for over a year, I've not received a single complaint. Sorry?
It does just kind of skirt around the bottom of the golf course. Like all of the golfing is happening in that direction. I cycled there recently.
It's immediately adjacent to the very first hole, and it is like I say, I run that. It's a wonderful extension to this city's cycleway networks, and I've not observed any problems there. The walkway and cycleway around the south end of the airport is the golf course and the cycleway for, I think it's the 10th hole, as far away as from me to you, and it's been that way for 30 years, and I've not seen any difficulties in compatibility. I also note in Motueka, there is a walkway and cycleway right round the golf course. So I'm not saying that the issues shouldn't be considered. I think they are resolvable. One of the things that the golf club indicated to us when we visited on the Thursday, that if they were to proceed with a plan, they're quite keen to create a bund around the edge of the course for maintenance of their course. And I'm sure that with good design, and that would be an issue for the chief executive to work through, how you could design those buttons and the features of the course to ensure that public access. The second questions that you raise are around process, and I'm happy to take advice from the chief executive as how he thought this would proceed. My view is that someone from the council needs to engage with both the golf club and the airport company, because they cannot have a discussion around a reconfigured golf course around without the landowner being in the picture. That is ourselves. In the event that they came to a resolution, then my view would be a preferred position would then come back to this council for consideration. If it had this council support, it would then go out for public consultation. And then at the conclusion of that, there would be a decision. They would be the additional steps. Now, it would be my expectation that the public consultation would need to follow. We wouldn't want to put the community through the public consultation until the decisions had been made on Plan Change 30, and that in the event that Plan Change 30 is declined, then we would not initiate those latter steps. That's my thinking. I don't know whether the chief executive has a different view.
What he said.
And I guess just would all of that be kind of in public, so we wouldn't be having kind of these papers coming?
I had some
closed session.
Yeah, sure. I actually ummed and ahed today about what was the best way to deal with this item and whether it was best dealt today in public or private. It is quite difficult navigating these different interests that the council have. It was actually my view, because we have these different interests as landowner, as 50% owner of the airport company, and as the regulator, that the maximum level of disclosure and openness is the best way in which we can fairly navigate what's quite a complex but at the same time important issue. Councillor Rollo.
Yeah, thanks, Nick, and look, thank you for putting this in the public section. I think it's very important. I have a very quick question, and all of this, including potential consultation, is going to cost some sort of money. Is it the intention of this, if it is to go ahead, that this would be the consultation and the like would be funded by the council, or are we expecting this to be funded by the Nelson Golf Club?
Any decisions about our reserves, not indifferent to the consultation that we did to make a change to the Saxton Field management plan, is a relatively small cost, but that goes with being the landowner. In my view, it is not my view, that council should accept any costs for any substantial redevelopment of the land area that would be associated. So yes, there may be some cost for council of managing a consultation process, but it would be for our Reserves Act obligations, not for any other.
And just a very quick sup, would it be your expectation that these discussions start with the CEO and valid parties while the Plan Change 30 is still underway, or would you be waiting for the commissioners to give some more steps on where this may go before discussions are held?
Well, the first thing, and it's covered very clearly in the resolutions, is I want the chief executive to conduct this role in a way that is very protective of our legislative role on Plan Change 30. So I want them to have it front of mind. I'm not going to do anything that compromises Mandy and her legal team in that area, but I'm equally going to work cooperatively with both parties in trying to get the very best outcome for the community of Nelson. Now, councillors should now have in front of them all of the mix of land titles. Can I note that the blue area, which includes titles 29, 33 and 32, which is with which the paper is associated with, is all in the classification of local purposes reserve aerodrome. To clarify the exact land titles to your question, Councillor Sanson, the freehold portions of the airport land is titles 42, 41, 40 and 44. There is an area, title number 17, orange in the corner, adjacent to Awatea Place. That area is owned by the airport in freehold, and that is being partially leased. If a reconfigured airport was to proceed, quite clearly the golf club would surrender that lease to the airport. That's nothing to do with the council. It's the airport's land. It's leased by the golf club, nothing to do with us. Title number 38 is an area that has some use. That's where the driving range is. That is an area that is leased, but is also aerodrome land that's currently being used by the golf course. But you can see the freehold title that Public Works Act provisions would be required are those lots 39, 40, 41, 42 and 43 that are owned freehold by the golf course. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Minik. That's really helpful. I really appreciate staff getting this to us. In the letter that we got, my read of it was that if council has this kind of supports this conversation and manages to negotiate access to the peninsula, that the golf club will not oppose the airport runway extension. That was what they said effectively in the letter. So does that mean that by us kind of getting involved at this stage, that we're somehow kind of influencing the outcome of the Plan Change 30? Is there a risk of that? Is there a risk of kind of that from a public perception perspective?
Well, my thoughts on that is that we should just play this with a very straight bat. And the analogy I would give would be if you had some development occurring in the area, you had council, not an owner, nothing else at all, and one of the parties approached the council and said, hey, look, as a consequence of being displaced, would you be open to us being able to use this particular piece of area of land for some activity? And my view would be that for the council to take a view, no, never, we can't talk about it, when it's pivotal to that development, would almost just be impractical. My view is, as long as the chief executive and collectively as council, we've always got in the back of our mind that our job is to try and serve the collective public interest for the community of Nelson. I think we do need to be able to have these conversations. I openly acknowledge that it is difficult when we're wearing these three different hats.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's helpful. I think that it's probably for me a timing thing in that wouldn't it be better for the Plan Change 30 to play out, to run its course, and then to be having these conversations? I'm not opposed.
I would have taken that
to-
approach had the commissioners are sitting there and they have said, we want the golf club and the airport company to try and find a solution. Now, if they had not taken that initiative, you would not have this paper before you. The golf club and the airport company can't have that conversation about a reconfigured golf course, even though the land is leased by the airport company. A leaser cannot give permission without the landowner. I think it would be almost inappropriate and us being unreasonable to saying, oh, well, we're not even prepared to have the conversation when the commissioners have asked the parties to talk quite specifically about those issues.
I think it'd be good at this juncture to hear from my regulator, Mandy, just to give your perspective on this.
Yeah, thank you. I just back what the Mayor has said. It has been a direction of the independent panel for the parties to try and work things out. And council, as reserve owner, needs to be involved in that conversation.
Can I just seek a little bit of indulgence from council at this time? This is a really important issue and I don't want to cut down the debate on it. Equally, I signalled at the beginning of the meeting that we had a presentation and the presence of the Arts Festival Trust. Would councillors, I think with the number of hands up and the importance of this issue, I don't want to constrain the debate. With councillors' consent, what I'd like to do is to just park this issue for a moment, deal with the issue of the Arts Festival and their strategy, enable them to do their presentation and then come back to this item afterwards. Is there any council that objects to me taking that course of action? That being the case, we will adjourn this item, move to the next item, which is the item 7, the Nelson Festivals Trust strategic presentation. Welcome, Ellie, Lydia, and Ruth. You have been here before and know the drill. I see Martin is back in the back of the room. We wouldn't mind him pulling up a chair because we might have some questions for you too. What I'd like to do, subject to your indulgence, is ask you to make your presentation. Then what we might do is just break for a cuppa, although my saviour just provided me with one. I'm not in the best of health. And we'll take a break after your presentation for 5 minutes and then open up for questions. So over to you, and thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and the rest of the attendees at the meeting. Tēnā koutou katoa ko Ruth Roebuck toko inoa. We're here to present 3 topics today. We have a time frame to do that, so we'll attempt to stick to that from a presentation perspective and get you to that cup of tea as quickly as we can, but with some fairly important messages within there. So we're going to talk about the 2023 festival and the impact report that you have all received. An introduction to the 2024 festival and its programme, and then an overview of our strategic plan. Thank you to my colleague Zanetti, our Artistic Director, for being here today, and to Ali Boswick, our Chair, for also being here today. Johnny O'Donnell, unfortunately, is an apology. He's been kept somewhat rather busy on a large conference for tomorrow. And sent us, as you can imagine, some marvellous whimsical comments to add to today. I'm speaking as General Manager of Nelson Festivals Trust, having joined fairly recently, and I'm excited to have joined at a fairly pivotal time in our history and for what we're planning to do. My role overall has 2 objectives: to cast a long-term commercial lens over the organisation and to help push forwards our new strategic plan. So on that note, I'll now hand over to Zanetti as Artistic Director, who is going to talk about, thank you, the 23 and the 24 festival programmes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lydia Zanetti tōku ingoa. As we said, I'm the Artistic Director of the Nelson Festivals Trust and proud to be presenting alongside Ruth and Ali to you today. I'm here to reflect briefly on the 23 festival and talk a little to 24. So 2023 felt like a Nelson Arts Festival back to full strength, with 53 events, including a whopping 1,100 artists involved. The 11 days felt very full. We continued to present a program unlike anything else happening across the country, with almost 10% of our events being world premieres. We sold more tickets and reached more of our community through our free offerings. Pay What You Can helped us reach our largest new audience yet. 24% were first-time attendees, a significant increase from 10% in 2019. With great reach on social media, our website, and across local and national media, increasingly, we made waves beyond our immediate environment. Our artists became advocates, talking us in the region up. Most importantly, though, we had a hugely positive response from our community, with 80% of our audiences feeling an increased connection to community, to each other. This is the arts truly in action. In 23, we finished our Pay What You Can trial, which was funded by the Ministry of Culture and Heritage with partnership support from NBS. 86% of our audience said Pay What You Can increases access, and all the stats uphold this. It particularly helped people provide access for folks at both ends of the age spectrum and supported our increase in Māori, Pacifica and Asian diaspora engagement. As well as the financial accessibility, our access program of audio described, New Zealand Sign Language interpreted and touch tour events moved from strength to strength. We once again led in this realm within the Regional Arts Festival context. It was such an honour for us to finally get to deliver Mask Carnival, a street party full of verve and intrigue, with dancers transforming alleyways, weaving, fabulous bands, an incredibly beautiful collaboration with the Pacifica Arts and Culture Committee, and of course the parade. There were lots of great learnings for our team, and we're super excited to dig back again this year. There were so many special moments to savour. Seeing Donna McLeod's Tents performed by Te Oroha while the court case was literally happening on the same day, art and history colliding at full throttle. Witi Ihimaida's sold-out gala with far-reaching ripples across the Māori literary community to today. Melissa Banks' incredible exhibition, so brilliant to still be welcomed by her flags at the airport. Yeah, Hayley Sproul's show with New Zealand Sign Language interpretation. Hayley has told me at least 5 times that it's her favourite gig she's ever done. And our opening bonanza in collaboration with Nelson Youth Council and Rockquest, Tune Up is just the boogie we all need to kick off the festival in style. But luckily, 2024 is shaping up to be even more exciting. 2024 is a very special year for us because it marks 30 years of Nelson Arts Festival, and we are ready to celebrate. Across 56 events over 11 days, we're excited to reflect back, but also to sail forward with the fleet of previous festival team, artists, partners and audiences beside us. Our program is 20% free, 27% kaupapa Māori, with a quarter led by our community and almost 12% being led by internationally based artists. This meeting of local, national and international voices continues to be an important part of what we do. With programming at venues across Whakatū, from 15 Puka Puka Talks sessions to Mask Carnival, a new installation from some of our brightest visual artists, tamariki and rangatahi-led events, exceptional theatre, dance, contemporary music, comedy and more. Nelson Arts Festival 2024 continues to tell spectacular stories of Whakatū, Te Tauihu, Aotearoa and further afield in awe-inspiring, audacious and accessible ways. Once again, we'll be presenting a program unlike anything else happening, both nationally and internationally, a truly unique festival for and with Whakatū. Growing on our fabulous success last year, Mask Carnival was back to herald in spring with a parade, 3 performance zones, roving performers, food stalls and more, all culminating in new ways to activate and celebrate the Whakatū Central City. We know times are still really tough out there financially. We want to bring our community together through awe-inspiring arts experiences, and so we've committed to Pay What You Can again in 2024. We're continuing our access program, ensuring that more of our festival is available to more of our community. And we've committed to expanding what this means within our program, including a very special presentation of one of the most fiercely disability-led theatre works that this country has seen. Our commitment to these areas is shown in our dedicated resource with specific skills brought to bear in the tamariki and rangatahi, access and art form specific spaces. We're super excited to be bringing all of the arts deliciousness to our community again, and we can't wait to share the program with you all in our launch in late August. I will now hand you over to Ali.
Thank you. Thanks. Kia ora. Thank you very much. It's actually oh, sorry. You think I'd know that by now, wouldn't you? I almost felt like voting earlier when someone did something, but step back into it. But thank you so much for giving us the time today. As chair of the Nelson Festivals Trust, it's actually a really wonderful moment, I think, in the sort of the development of our organisation. Just a very, very quick history lesson for people who don't know, but I'm sure most of you do. The trust was set up by the council, and we basically established ourselves in 2018. And when we were 24, and now we're 30. So I think now is the time when we really need to be looking at how we progress and what we do for the next 30 years. And I think the good thing about being 30 is we know it can be done. So we know that we've got a future ahead of us because we've been there and we've been through some quite difficult, challenging times in the past. And we know that this year, as Annette said, is still challenging for people, but we want to ensure that the programme that is delivered really supports where the board want to be in terms of the accessibility of the Arts Festival. But from a Festivals Trust perspective, we're actually, we've been undergoing some strategic review, which I think we mentioned, and I'm pressing the wrong button. We've got 3 strategic pillars that we've been looking at. Growing up, sticking with the analogy, obviously, of our age, which is quite pertinent for us at the moment. But this is, as from a governance perspective, it's been really, really important to get the right team in place. And now having Ruth in the role of general manager, working alongside the artistic director and their team, has actually put the organisation, we feel, in a really strong position for the future. We need to be sustainable and independent. That doesn't mean say we don't want really good partners, as in the council, but we need to be able to track our own course as well. Within that, we also need to look at how we actually expand what the Nelson Arts Festivals Trust is. We were set up not just for, the Nelson Festivals Trust, we were not set up just for the Arts Festival, we are the Nelson Festivals Trust. So we need to think about what that means and what that looks like over the next 30 years as well. We know there's a lot of exciting activity happening in the arts sector at the moment, obviously with the development of the agency, how we can work together and collaborate with the wider sector. We feel now that we're really positioned. We've got a team which we know have got the bandwidth to start to work and do those things, which is a really exciting place for us to be. So growing within has been a very important part of this journey. Just to remind you, when we first left the council, we basically had an office at Founders, which was probably, if anybody ever came to that office, it was a health risk. It was a pretty shocking place. The stairs were dreadful. So we moved into the very salubrious, an old shop in Morrison Square. Thankfully, we're not there at the moment, but literally an old shop where, you know, the crew had to use the public toilets. It was not an ideal situation. We are a professional organisation. We now have employees. We need to treat people, our employees, with the respect and give them the space to be able to grow and really deliver and not have to worry about the environment that they're in. So that's been a big part, the growing professionalism of the organisation. And now we're looking at how we grow out. What does that mean? How do we activate beyond the Arts Festival? And what does that mean, again, for that collaboration with the wider sector? So that's where we're sitting. We've still got some work to do to finalise it all, but we've got a really good team working on that at the moment, and we anticipate we'll have that very soon. But we do know that it's a really important step change for who we are and where we want to be in the next 30 years. So we're really pleased to be able to present that today. And I'll hand over to Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. I'll take us through the next 3 slides with a view of considering from our history and where we need to be, how have we arrived at where we are today, and what is the planning around our strategic vision, and how do we have we thought about that over a period of time? So we've called one of those sections our positioning factors, and that's really about the current aspects of where we are and what we believe are important. And rather than, I guess, listing those, because certainly, as Ali talked about, it's critical that we remain as a strategic partner of the council. Zanetti has also talked about the Mass Carnival and how important that is, and the work that we're doing around that to develop it. But I'll just pick also on the cohesion and alignment aspect. The Nelson Arts strategy and all of the rest of the strategies around the region are particularly important to us, and how we work within those and a framework of in collaboration with all of the other players in that sector is critical to how we move forwards. And we see ourselves very much as being a partner and a collaborator, but an initiator within that section. We're also about to, as I'm just going to concentrate on another point, we're also about to complete and sign our new community grant agreement with the council. And having now completed the large portion of our preparation for our strategic plan, we can populate that document as we need to and concentrate on some of the objectives and measurement tools that we'll be looking at to form what that agreement is about. So that's taking place now as we speak almost. Martin and I are dealing with that at the moment. The next couple of slides will really look at how we are growing. So what do we know that we need? And again, rather than go through all those, but community and collaboration ecosystem and championing to new works is particularly important to us. I'll give an example of that. We, Zanetti and I yesterday met with the transition team from the new arts agency. And after a couple of hours of working out what their plan is and how they're going to move forwards, and certainly opening up to our strategy, we came away with a number of particularly good ideas around how we can work together to initiate the Nelson Arts scene. And that's the first example of many to come. One of the points on there that we also need to consider is how we protect and develop creative practitioners. And that very much is around how do we succession plan within our organisation and within the sector? How do we ensure that we have experts and skilled experts wanting to work within our Festivals Trust in Nelson? And how do we ensure that we've got a training ground for that to take place? Therefore, looking at that long-term prospect of what we are as an organisation. The final point, probably just to concentrate on, is that investment and sustainable funding. So it's the long-term tenure with some of the partners that we already have outside of the council, the other strategic partners that we work with, and it's looking at how we can partner with them on a much longer basis for a joint and mutually acceptable relationship. If we therefore go to the last slide, just conscious of time, these are some of the concepts that we're considering at the moment. And I think you can probably imagine that we have a long list of what this might look like for us. And we're both an enabler, a manager, an executor, and perhaps a resource provider, given we're an organisation on the ground that has all of those teams in place and are expert at what they do. So our opportunities are reasonably limitless, but we also want to ensure that we concentrate on the values of what we are as a trust, and using, as said earlier, the festival as an incubator for a lot of those ideas. If we take the first point in terms of the strengths of Whakatu, Thor perhaps was a great example from 2 years ago, where, if you considered our natural resources, our environment, and the position of how we work around that and look at the future, then Thor was probably a great example of how a piece of work within our festival programme highlights some of those particularly important streams. We're working on a lot more of those, not so much a Thor type, but those type of festival activations that work through a locality, a region, and an ecosystem. The other one to move down to is the one where it talks about experiential activations. We remember, particularly from the City Revitalisation Summit Day, a lot of the conversation around what's happening or could happen within the city centre and what should happen within the city centre. And whether that's street-based or locale based within that area. That's particularly important to us. We're developing more on, as Zanetti was talking about, the Mass Carnival, but we're also considering other events, mini festivals within the calendar that could work within our city centre. Food is an element that we already have in our programme. We had last year, we have again this year. So that's something that we're looking at how we can develop that further. Again, some of the spend data that came out from Census and other reports that tell us that people want to be able to experience something, and if you attach something that then is food-based, it can become particularly important to them. The other two areas, development hub and academy, going back to the succession planning, how do we make sure that we are an incubator of talent when we keep the talent and we're able to do more with that? So we're already talking to partners about what that could look like for us in terms of becoming an academy for people coming through and into this sector. And whether that's internships or scholarships or other forms, we have an intern at the moment within the organisation that's with us for 6 months. And if we have time, perhaps in Q&A we might cover that point because it's particularly important. But they're the areas that we're considering about how we can partner with organisations to ensure that we've got a training ground, and we are looking at how we protect the future of our creative practitioners. Digital integration is particularly important. We'd rather lead it than be the follower. And that's something that we are working on quite fruitfully at the moment. I think we might finish on that point. If there are any questions for the question and answer session, we'd love to take them.
Thank you. Here's how I'd like to go things is the Arts Festival is a really big deal for our city. It's a big deal for the council. We invest a lot in art. I've got quite a few questions. I'm sure colleagues do. My suggestion is that we take a 5-minute break and then come back for questions. The agenda is not that heavy, but I'd like to set aside a good 15 minutes for some interaction with the Arts Festival Trust, if that has my colleagues' support. Good. So break for 5, back on deck at 18 past 10, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
of our Arts Festival Trust. The first question I had was in the financials. You'd all be aware of the level of financial pressure both the community and the council is under. I'm very keen to understand alongside, and I think it's a good thing we've got a 3-year contract that enables the Festival Trust to get on and plan in terms of staff appointments, and you can take a 3-year view, which I think is very good for a mature organisation like your own. The parts I'm interested to understand that I did not get from the presentation is the scale of contributions beyond the 1.85 million that council is committed to providing the trust over the next 3 years. So I'm interested to know how much are you receiving from sponsors? How's that growing? And I'm also interested in what has been the impact of the pay what you can afford to the income that you are receiving from ticket sales. So council with such events is always wanting to partner or always wanting to leverage maximum funding from others. What's the additional information you can provide on those other non-council funding sources over the next 3?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. Quick calculations look at the level of funding at the moment sits in the region of 250 to 300 per year, 250 to 300 per year. That's a mixture of funders in terms of local sponsorship partners and or funding applications that we make. Some of those funding applications are changing in terms of how one can apply and for what for, etc. The other example that's changing around that is for some of them they are changing to 2-year application basis. So instead of having to apply every year, we can apply for a 2-year period, which we are doing increasingly. So if we can tie, for instance, Creative New Zealand into, and 1 or 2 others, into that 2-year relationship, then we've got just from probably Creative New Zealand and 1 other, we'd have 150,000 a year guaranteed for the next 2. So we're working on the basis of trying to, where we can develop applications that may go multi-year, and certainly the relationship with our sponsors is looking that way too. And that's the way we want to push it so that we've got that security.
And ticket sales, what are you budgeting per year in ticket sales? And how has that been impacted by the change in policy and trial of the pay what you can?
I might go to the end of that question, Nick, in terms of I guess it's the change. It's not so much the change in policy for us. It's more about having the correct partner that will be willing to work with us on that particular objective, of which we've had both national and now local support from that perspective, because it has such a wide reach from a community group. In terms of ticket sales, 140 odd, 150,000. I think we've got the ability to look that figure up. Would that be about right?
Yeah.
Z? Yeah, per year.
Per year. Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Sophie Lyons, our youth councillor.
Thank you. I don't know if I've been living under a rock, but I have never heard of the Nelson Arts Festival. And so I'm just wondering how you're going to market it to people my age and below, and if you've thought about speaking in schools and stuff like that.
I'll start, but I will let Zanetti talk to our school relationships over the years. Yes, we do work with schools. Yes, we do work from a youth group perspective. But I think one of our strategic plans that we didn't particularly mention is, although it was on the slide, is how to work in a much greater effective way in that age group. And we've already got kind of plans afoot for that. We have a particular specialist role that we bring on and is already on board now. We bring them on for about a 5-month period, which is our education coordinator. This year, Emily Sanson. So we certainly have a footprint in there. We talk to schools, we relate to schools, and we work with them. Z, would you like to add some more to that, please?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a great question. Certainly, it's an area of that we want to grow further. And I think historically it's been quite focused around Mask Carnival as an event. And we've been looking at other ways that we can be, if we just looked at schools, for example, we know it's so tough for teachers and to be able to take students out of schools. And so we've been looking at some different options, for example, more bespoke workshops or some other ways that people can meaningfully meet the incredible artists that we're bringing into town. We also know that that period of time for high schools is a really tough one because everyone's in exams. So there's a really, as far as our next stages, there's a really exciting opportunity for that to be much more integrated. But certainly it's a real priority for us. And some aspects of our programming also in the last couple of years, for example, the gigs at DeVille's, we've been increasingly focusing them more around a younger audience. But very keen to hear from you. Any thoughts you have? Really, we're always a very open door and want to expand in that space. Thank you.
Could I just add one thing to that as well? One of the things that really does connect with the wider community and often with younger people has been the Mask Parade. And because for 3 years we weren't able to actually deliver that was we could see, and that's one of the reasons why we're really doubling down on that now, because that's the thing that actually connects with younger people. So we know that there was a hiatus, which means that suddenly it gets lost from the rhythm of people's calendar and people's lives. So it's great to be able to have that back as well.
I'd like to see a conversation between the Arts Trust and the Youth Council, of which both Sophie and Councillor Hodgson are involved, just to see whether we've got all of our levers connected with youth. The council's ambition is to make sure we're as connected as well we can. That's why we have the Youth Council. And I just wonder whether there would be the willingness to be able to take a bit of initiative with the Youth Council and see whether there are social media or other tracks in which we can raise the awareness of the Arts Festival with youth.
Yeah, we'd love that, and we've had a great time working with the Youth Council on Tune Up, but very keen to expand that into anything you're keen to talk about. Absolutely.
Thank you, Sophie, for raising that. I'm going to go to Councillor Anderson on the web. Can you hear us there, Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I was just trying to sort my headset out. Tēnā tātou, thanks very much. Hey, thank you, Sophie. Without you at the table, we wouldn't ask that question. I'm a big fan of Pay What You Can. I think you guys done a great job. I'm just wondering, and even Sophie's question pointed out, as far as participation without representation, as far as you guys make up. But I must say, I think the most important thing is the quality of relationships, and you guys are outstanding with the way you communicate and connect to all these different communities, and I do have to say that the program's outstanding, and it does reflect, you go further than that as far as what you've been presenting and the stuff you've been doing, and also the audience seems to be changing a little bit, especially with the Pay What You Can. But I am interested in your guys' makeup and diversity, or is there any plan in the future as far as getting some cultural safety or some other people up there at the table talking to us? Thanks.
Kia ora, Matty. Thank you so much for that and for your feedback. Yeah, absolutely. Such a huge question for us. Very aware that we are quite a Pākehā organisation, and there's other areas that I think we are have really great representation, but that there's still some questions around that, both in a sort of delivery and a governance space. Certainly a real priority for us, and really have heard that clearly and want to. Do you want to speak to it on a governance sense?
Just that, and thanks, Councillor Anderson. That's really lovely feedback. We are at the moment actually, we've got a call out for 2 new trustees. And one of the things we really want to be able to do is to increase representation through those appointments. So if you know of anybody that you think would actually be helpful for us to speak to, please make sure that they get that information, because it's really important that we do that. And as we develop the organisation, we want to make sure that the representation is as it should be. So absolutely. And we're in a very active recruitment role right now.
Can I ask just a quick direct supplementary? Is there any iwi or Maori representation on your trust currently?
No, Johnny O'Donnell's on our trust, but he's mata waka, and he would never claim to be that. But we know that he's got very strong connections with local iwi.
He's he's well formed in terms of making sure that's covered off. Both.
No, Johanna, unfortunately, she moved back up to Wellington and was not able to continue her commitments. Yeah, her commitments. So we did have Johanna, but sadly she couldn't continue. So last year she had to leave the trust.
Thanks for raising that, Matty. And I think there's a little bit of a challenge for you as Matty leads the ethnic and Pacific communities on behalf of us collectively. And if there was some further engagement with you as you go through that recruitment, well, that would be helpful. Councillor Rani.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presentation. It's great. What I'm going to ask is not couched as a criticism, but it's kind of a reflection a little bit on what Sophie was saying as well in terms of community reach. Because indeed the 23 festival was branded as unmissable, but of course it is missable to a whole bunch of Nelsonians in that they can't get tickets to things because they sell out. Now, which is great, I guess, for the festival when you have a really irresistible show that stays on at the Theatre Royal, and you have a finite window in which you can put the show on, presumably, and all of those shows sell out, then there are a whole lot of Nelsonians who don't have the opportunity to see that show because they missed out because they didn't get tickets in time or for whatever reason. So the thrust of my question is, in terms of performing arts in particular, but although it does, it can flow across to other projects that you're taking on board, but is the restraint of the venue scenario in Nelson growing significant? Well, it's not, I shouldn't say significant. Is it a growing issue for you? And I'll go a couple of steps further, because you did indicate quite clearly that part of your, you have a 30-year vision. I do think it's our responsibility to help resource venues or to work in collaboration with the trusts that manage them or own them. It's not your responsibility. But in terms of experience for the Nelson audience, are our venues adequate? Are you having to resort to do stuff in the city streets because that's the only way that you can put things in place that are going to enable a lot of Nelsonians to experience them? Not a loaded question.
Thank you.
So out of character of you, Pete.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I wouldn't say that selling out entirely is the challenge, but certainly we do have great sales, usually in a very Nelsonian way at quite a last minute moment. Venues wise, it is a really interesting challenge for us, the venues. The venues are really beautiful and amazing venues. When I look at other regional arts festivals, they are also working in venues that are larger, have a larger capacity and are more flexible. So by the nature of some of those spaces, because they're so beautiful and historic, they have some restrictions on what we're able to do within them. And capacity-wise, lots of other festivals are dealing with 500 plus capacity, and the Theatre Royal sits 330. So that has some restrictions within it, inevitably, for sure. But also, if you had to fill a 1,000-seater for every event, that also poses different kinds of restrictions. So yes, I guess what I'm saying is that I think that the venues, they do have an impact on what we're able to do, but also we have really amazing relationships with those venues, and they feel like really collaborative spaces to move forward. If there was another venue forthcoming in the next 30 years or two or more, fantastic, and we would program amazing work to go into those spaces also.
Okay, so subsequent question. Thanks for that. I mean, and I presume, because in the art strategy we've indicated that there's potentially a need for a 7 to 1,200 seat theatre. Have you ever considered using the Trafalgar Centre for a show?
Yes, we have considered it. It would require a certain scale of artist in order to make it sustainable, and does require a large amount of technical setup and just about. So would have to be looking at a high risk event from our perspective, as far as like a big scale, possibly international. It's operating at a different scale to what we have to date, but it's certainly been in the mix.
Okay, thank you.
And just from a board perspective, that's something we would consider very seriously, as you can imagine. So that's not necessarily something that we would step into, just because the risk inherent with that is quite large for us at the moment.
Councillor Courtney, then Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you, Zetty and Ruth and Ellie. Very enjoyable and very interesting presentation. Zetty, what a standout phrase, art's deliciousness. Goodness gracious me, that caught my attention when you finished with that. My question is around, and I think it goes to you, Ruth. You spoke of the Academy for Talent, and I thought I just need to know how high it is on your priority list of priorities or goals, dreams, and whether you've got the resources for that, because I think it's incredibly important, that's my personal view, to give longevity to the performers and all those involved in the arts. So could you respond to that, please?
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much for the question. It is amongst the priorities. It isn't in the top one or two. It's certainly up there, though, because we see it as at the moment, we see it as somewhat multifaceted in that sense, because some of the partnerships that we're already working on and talking to some new partners to bring into our stable have very specific skills and or outcomes that can add to what we do as an organisation from a festival perspective. And it's with those that we're saying, if that's a new part, say the digital side of art, if that's a new part of what we're doing, how can that partner of ours provide a platform to enable artists that particularly want to work in a certain way to either have an activation platform, which could be us, but have some training around that, which could be as we work with the partner. So there's a variety of ways that we are looking at that, as opposed to potentially setting up a building that becomes a training centre, if that answers that question.
Could stand apart from your everyday activities.
Could I just also add to that again, from a board perspective, we're really clear that what the Arts Festival does, it attracts amazing talent through the people who work there, and then the artists that come and perform. And we could just have a festival that started on day one and finished on day 11, and that's it, and there's nothing around it. If we don't somehow use that as an opportunity to help the sector to develop, then we're not really making the most of the advantageous position that we have to support. And collaboration is at the key, it's the heart of everything we do. We don't do anything on our own. We're a small group of people. So we need to have that collaboration in order to ensure that we can support the industry to grow as well as the festival to grow.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make a point, and then I've got a couple of questions. The first is that we just had a wonderful kapahaka festival here with young people who were absolutely outstanding. And I attended the citizenship ceremony with Nick this week, and we had a kapahaka group, as they do every time, and these were 8 and 10-year-olds with their teacher, and she apologised for them being not that competent. And one of the items they did was a poi item, but she explained that they weren't going to use the pois because, they hadn't quite got there yet. And they were a delight. And I want to make the point that you used the words incubator, protect, foster, develop. Without that group of 8 and 10-year-olds, you don't get the other. You don't get the other. And I would hope, this is the Nelson Arts Trust, Festival Trust, that they're not forgotten, even if it's the odd successful person who's used to go and aspire for 10 minutes or even the teachers. I would love to think that you were part of that, because it is so essential. And my other question is, do you have any boundaries? Because this is all about Nelson Festival, Nelson Trust. And you're doing all this stuff. Are there boundaries? Is it within Nelson? Or, I mean, you go outside. In fact, the more you go that direction out of Nelson, you probably get more artists. So is there a boundary, or is there no boundary to this?
There really aren't any boundaries. Well, we're the Nelson's Festival Trust, but we operate within the Nelson region, and I mean, Zanetti can talk to that more, but we take elements of the festival are performed in other parts of the region as well. We don't see it as being, we're parochial and proud of being in Nelson, but we don't necessarily see it as something that we need to just stay within the city limits. If that's answering your question.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's right to be proud of it being Nelson.
Yeah.
But it needs to include everyone. Thank you.
We've also, if I may add to that, we also have on our programme quite a strong foothold within Motueka. And we're looking at the Golden Bay area as well. And you're absolutely right on the basis that a lot of artists, local artists, come from that area. We only yesterday, Z and I were having some fairly good conversations around how we include further artists within a particular field and how that can be incorporated into what we're doing going forward. So we're certainly we're not bounding ourselves from a boundary perspective, either geographically or in principle, but it will certainly be around how we can enable something to happen and add value to that and ensure it fits within the values that we all want to achieve.
Yeah. Thank you. Over to the Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, and thanks for all the mahi that you do over and over again every year. Really, I guess 12 months ago, we went through a review process looking at which touched on the relationship between council and the Festivals Trust, and part of that was the recommendation endorsed by council to move from the contract for services towards just a funding grant. And you touched, Ali, in your spiel around the future of that relationship and the independence of the trust being key to the success of delivery. And so I guess really interested to hear any further reflections on where the relationship needs to move to next to maximise the work that you all do.
Certainly, and I'm happy to dive into that. Maybe Martin might even want to contribute to that at some point as well. But from a board perspective, obviously, when we were set up, there was we had an arrangement in place that was run through a council process. And as we continued to understand what that looked like and how it actually manifests itself in terms of how we operated, we could see it wasn't the right way. If we're set up as an independent trust, we need to be independent. While we absolutely want to clearly have a strategic relationship with the council, and we think that's really important, that we are from this place. The council held this festival for 24 years. We need to be able to actually make those decisions as an independent board, appreciating that we need to be able to align and have that mature relationship. So we're moving towards having a grant-based contract, which will mean that while we absolutely have those deliverables that we will deliver, we believe firmly that if the council is investing in an arts festival, we will deliver the arts festival. We need to have some freedom within that in terms of what that looks like. Don't know if you want to add anything to that, Martin, from a more practical perspective.
That's okay. So only just to align with what Ali was saying, and that the original service agreement was very prescriptive in its foundation. So it talked about numbers and a number of events, number of people, whereas the grant agreement, as has been mentioned, will be a lot more outcome focused. The important part of that is the fact that it gives the Festival Trust the ability to be creative in the way they deliver those outcomes, which is what their expertise is. And so I'm excited to hear about what's going to happen over the next 3 years or over the next 30 years. But over the course of this 3 years of the grant agreement, to see what new things come out to be able to deliver on those outcomes. The second part of that is also to be able to measure those outcomes. So one of the things that we've been talking a lot about in the last year is, okay, how do we measure the success of the festival? So that's going to be an important element of the new grant agreement.
Martin, you've just kind of rolled straight into my next question, which was obviously hit us with some wonderful statistics and numbers around engagement in the festival. But from the trust perspective and from the people actually doing the work to deliver it, I'm interested in how you measure success for yourselves. I know we love an economic report and all of those sorts of things, but actually what does success look like for you?
Thank you for that question. I'll start, and I'm sure Zanetti will add to that. We are considering how we look at our objectives and measurement tools within the new agreement based on the values of how we operate and what we want to achieve. And we tend to concentrate that from some of the tangible aspects of numbers and data, and do we think it's successful because the venues are sold out and we've got 52,500 people coming through and 6,500 tickets sold, for instance. So we've categorised it around some of the which we're drawing up now in order to go into the grant agreement. Some of the key objectives that we measure ourselves against all the time would be based on the programme. So the key input to that could well be, how unique is the programme? What are we bringing in terms of new artists to burgeoning artists who are about to explode on the international market, but they've been seen in Nelson first and or only seen in Nelson, through to the other end of the scale in terms of what kind of relationship we have with the community, in terms of how many community groups do we work with, how do they form part of the programme, and how independent are they within that. So we're enabling that to happen. So we look at a variety of areas on that.
Kia ora, Rohan. Thank you for that. I think that lots of the things that I spoke to are the key things that I measure success by, which is why I want to state them in this space. I guess certainly the uniqueness thing is an element. Access has been a huge part of what I feel like I've brought into the festival context, and that's a massive one for me, and I think a real opportunity for us as far as staking a really doing something that isn't happening anywhere else in the country. The sort of fawn with the community is sat really strongly underneath everything that we have done to date, and that is about ensuring, or working towards the all different parts of our community will feel seen by the festival. And as Sophie pointed out, there's still work to do for sure, but really wanting to feel that anyone in our community ultimately can look at the festival and be like, oh, I see myself in this. So that's a really key part of what we're doing. Some of the words you hear me using, audacious or inspiring, those are words that we really want to bring through in our programming, and how we, when we're faced with a programming choice, those are some of the words that we hold it up against. And really wanting the community to feel connected to each other, so that the festival and increasingly the other things we're doing are providing opportunities for whakatū and te tauihu to see each other, to feel connected together and to have awesome experiences that improve their well-being. So those are some of the kind of key factors that I'm often sifting decisions and choices through, yeah.
And just to add to that, again, from a governance perspective, it's really important for us that we the team keep coming back. So we've got a really solid group of people who come back year on year to deliver the festival. And that's hugely impactful for us if they didn't. The fact that they want to is really important. So that's a good measure. And also, and Zanetti won't say this, but the reputation of this festival nationally is really high. So we know that when we're actually looking for performers to come and participate, they want to come to Nelson because of the way that they're treated, the manaakitanga that they receive, everything really stacks up. So they're also measures from a governance perspective.
Is a strategic priority of the Arts Festival to attract visitors to Nelson during the period of the festival? And do we have any measure of those 53,000 who were engaged in events as to what portion were Nelson City, Tasman District, or from outside our region?
We haven't dug into that level of detail, but it's certainly something, and that's a process of working through with our ticketing provider if we're able to get that. But certainly, that is an area that we want to track.
Do you see it as being part of your strategic mandate for the festival to attract visitors to Nelson?
Absolutely. And I think since one of the things that we've done since the City Centre Forum, I think I've got the name right, we've had a debrief session on that in terms of what the Arts Festival can do to actually also help and be one of the levers that can be pulled for that. So it absolutely, we know that the people that come and see and participate in the festival are not all from Nelson City. We just need to be able to start measuring that. And now that we're moving into a new contractual arrangement, we'll be doing that.
This council has across the board committed to doing as much as possible with our neighbour, with Tasman, whether it be in terms of the very good relationships with the suitor, with the museum and others. Certainly, I would want to signal as mayor is that we love the Arts Festival, but if you had any ambition to broaden it into a regional event, you would have our strong support. We can never expect Tasman to be necessarily an equal partner for some of these arts initiatives, but we would be certainly very encouraging over that 3-year strategic plan that you've presented to us to build a relationship with Tasman. Many of your artists come from the region. Many of the participants who enjoy the festival come from the wider region, and there is sort of an open invitation for the Trust to pursue that should it wish. Thank you.
Just to follow on from that, I just had a thought. Have you ever considered, or would you consider having a Nelson WOMAD? I'm still smarting from losing wearable art, and I don't see why we shouldn't have a New Zealand MAD, NZ MAD. And that would really put us on the map and bring people here on an annual basis.
Councillor Benja, there's a bit of history to that, which we should need to take offline, that Councillor Rainey and I could discuss with you. In a previous life, we certainly made some moves to make that happen. If you're talking about WOMAD and Taranaki, yes. We did try very hard, and unfortunately, I think we were being used as a bit of an opportunity for WOMAD and Taranaki leverage in order to ensure that they had sponsorship was retained by suggesting that Nelson could actually be a venue, and they came and visited us. So I'll talk to you about it offline.
I'm not suggesting that you try and take over WOMAD. I'm saying you could have a New Zealand MAD, and not the world of music, arts and dance, but the New Zealand. I mean, that's what people do all over the place, just like wearable art has now become part of a world stage. We could do the reverse. There's nothing wrong with it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. James, last question.
Kia ora, team, and thank you for your presentation, and also for all of the enthusiasm and energy and thought that goes into this. My question is around especially kind of the under 5 age group and people with under 5s. It's such a big deal to have a reason to leave the house and somewhere to go. I remember, I think it was Te Ramaroa had some really cool installations that were quite engaging. It can also be really daunting to go out. I think like even the Mask Carnival can be quite a scary thing to try and tackle, and when it goes well, it's awesome. When something doesn't go quite so well, it's not so great. I'm just curious, in terms of the Arts Festival, what sort of things might a family see that they could go down to, and how might that be signposted so they can have confidence when they're sitting at home going, do we venture out to this? You know, how close will the public toilets be? All those kind of questions they might have. How might you be thinking about that in preparation this year?
Great question, James. Thank you. Certainly, I have felt like received a little bit of feedback about last year's program that there is an interest for more work that meets that audience. So that's definitely been flagged to us, and something where there is definitely a event this year that is particularly aimed at that age bracket. And of course, there's the visual arts and a lot of other sort of aspects like that in that space. I agree. I think we could communicate that in a clearer way. So I think that's really great feedback. And also sort of zooming out a little bit, it's a particularly hard age bracket to program for in this country. So for whatever reason, quite a few of the kind of key organisations that were making work for under fives have stopped doing that in recent years, and I think there's a real opportunity for us to actively step into that space. So that's something I've been looking at as part of the ongoing strategic work for sure. Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to move the resolution before us, which is to receive the report from the Nelson Festivals Trust strategic presentation, if he's happy with that.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a seconder? Councillor Courtney is happy to do so. Any discussion? That being the case, I'll put that resolution. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The contrary say no. That's carried. Thank you again for your work. Best wishes for the 30th festival coming up. It's going to be quite a long, hard winter for our community, and we will look forward to the shot in the arm that the Arts Festival gives us at the beginning of spring. Thank you for your ongoing work. Council now returns to item 6 with respect to my Mayor's report. When there were questions, dealing with questions on the Mayor's report with respect to the issues with Nelson Airport. Staff have very helpfully found a further information that gives the information with respect to the individual titles that has been circulated and open for further questions. And I think Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. In the letter from the Golf Club, they mentioned that they have a deadline of 6 weeks to talk to stakeholders and report back to commissioners. Do we know the calendar date of that deadline?
The discussion that we had informally with the Golf Club last Thursday that was likely to be extended, and that discussion that the commissioners had asked for was waiting for an earlier response. The advice that I received when I discussed it with the Chief Executive was that it was of sufficient moment I needed to bring it to Council, that I was not comfortable for council officers to be involved in the discussion. And so as a consequence of taking that time, I've got no doubt that that time will need to be extended down.
Okay, thank you. I do just have a few questions I'll just ask in sequence, if that's all right. So building on from that, I mean, I can see that the easy answer we could give without really entering into detailed discussions is something along the lines of, provided there are no statutory or technical problems, like it's possible that the peninsula could be used for the golf course. It's possible, but we need to talk to people, we need to get information and so on and so on. So really, that's what we can say for now, because it's really important, I think, that the wording that the golf club use when they report back to the commissioners reflects exactly where we sit. So is the intention of this report to enable discussions that will enable the golf club to take the commissioners more than it's possible, but we can't say anything more until we go further through a process?
What we'd be authorising here, and it was part of the disclosure, was to give our Chief Executive the capacity to have discussions. That's as far as we are going today. If you ask me where it might go, in the event that the Chief Executive has discussions with the golf course and the airport company, they may come back to us with an agreement. Any agreement would need to be subject to council approval and would need to be subject to a consultation process under the Reserves Act.
Is it intended at that stage will be included in the report today, what we're given the go-ahead for, or that stage of a subsequent report and so on, that's beyond this deadline?
I would expect that when the Chief Executive, following the discussions that he would have with both the golf club and the airport company, would then, in coming back to report to council, include some of the items that you have raised. What would it mean for public access? What would it mean for the biodiversity and the elements of air? What would it mean in terms of the use of the land and the existing cycleway? I would expect all of those questions to be covered in that report back.
Thank you. And my question is really about timing. That report back and further discussions, decisions, are you wanting that to happen before the deadline for the golf club to report back to the commissioners?
I don't want to preempt what the commissioners would want, because I need to be very respectful, and that's why I've taken some quite careful advice on this. And so that next step, that would occur after the chief executive has the discussions with the airport company and the golf club may go in a number of different directions. Can I give you some insight to that? Let's say they came to an agreement about a reconfigured golf course and that required a change in the reserves and the leases. It may be that the commissioners say, we're prepared to accept that, with it being subject to a further process of consultation and a decision of council. Or it's possible the commissioners will say, well, we want that process to precede it. And it's not proper for me to go talk to the commissioners and to say, what do you want us to do? I think they've clearly signalled that they wish the golf club and the airport company to have a discussion. I think it's only possible for them to have a discussion with us being in the room as a consequence of being the landowner and the manager of the reserve. And then I'll just need to come back and the chief executive myself and keep councillors informed. The absolutely bottom line, though, is that there will be a process of community consultation on any proposal that comes out of it, and a final decision will be made by this council collectively as the landowner with those additional pieces of advice available to it.
Thanks. If I could follow up with a question for the chief executive, I wonder where do you see, if you were to go into discussion, where do you see those discussions sit along the spectrum between information sharing on one hand and striking a deal on the other?
Look, assuming you give me the task to do this, I'd go into it with an open mind. There's a problem to be solved, as the commissioners have invited the two parties to get together. If I can support that in any way by looking at the information and doing some information gathering and coming back to you with, this is what I found. This, where do you want to take this? So look, I'm not going into this with any if asked to do this, with any sort of intent in mind, other than to try and facilitate a good way forward. But I'd certainly would be going into it thinking that this is about all the people of Nelson, and public access that you've talked about is absolutely at the fore of those discussions. This is not about one organisation or another organisation. This is about, if I was having these conversations, I'd want it to be for the people of Nelson and the best result that we can possibly get.
Pete? Thank you. There's 2 or 3 more questions, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. Then I'll go to Pete.
Sure. So following on from what the chief executive just said about the benefit of people of Nelson, in the report it mentions reciprocity. That's an aspect of what's going on, the mutual benefit. Can certainly see the benefit to the golf club if they were allowed to move on to the peninsula. What would be the benefit of the Nelson community when we're effectively giving over public land to a private use in this way?
Well, the advantage for the community of Nelson is that since 1905, this city has had a championship golf course. That club, with its 750 members, are able to enjoy that form of recreation. Quite clearly, this council values golf. We actually provide, with ratepayer support, a further golf course up the Maitai. And we do many things as a council to support a wide range of sporting activities. And so I actually think this community has an interest, and I don't want to prejudge where the airport goes, but having a good airport is absolutely vital to the future success of the city. And there are many cities around New Zealand of our size that are envious that we have an airport with so many connections, with the frequency of services, and actually having an airport that's close to our city. Equally, I actually think having good quality recreational facilities for a sport like golf is good for the city. Now, there are multiple and competing interests there that we need to try and maintain. The ideal outcome for me is then the event that the independent panel believe the airport company has made a robust case for extending the runway, and I say question, That's not for us to determine today. If they do, then that has a major negative impact on the golf club. And I would want to try and find a practical solution so that we could have both a world-class golf course and airport.
Thank you. And just a couple of questions probably for staff. Firstly, do we know who holds mana whenua status over the peninsula and what their ideas are for the current and future use of the land? And then also, what is it about Plan Change 30 that's meant the ecological restoration plan has had to be paused from the peninsula? And does that plan include the surface of the peninsula or just the coastal surrounds?
The iwi question, I would assume from my reading, Mandy, but happy for yours, that all 8 of our iwi would have interest in the coastal environment. Is there any contrary advice to that, Mandy?
Certainly most of them. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone wouldn't be interested. I would say most of them.
The treaty settlements with our 8 Te Ihu iwi did identify specific areas of significance to each, but I'm not aware that the airport land or the peninsula was included in that. Can that be? Do you have any knowledge on that?
I'll have to look
Do any of the statutory acknowledgements specifically cover that area? My information is no, but I would want that checked in response to Aaron's question.
I'll have to have a look at that on the settlement maps, but I know that there is an recorded archaeological site on Oyster Island, just near there. So it's possible there's other sites yet to be discovered.
I would note on the diagram and map that all councillors have been provided for that lot number 21, which includes 16.5 hectares, is not very comfortably Nelson City Council local purposes reserved for sewage disposal purposes.
And if I may, this next second part, what aspect of the plan change meant the restoration plan for the peninsula has been paused? And does that plan include the surface of the peninsula or just like the rocky coastal area?
So through the chair, the pausing has been planting in the area. Some plantings have been carried out, and it's at the tip of the peninsula in the main, but it does include more than just the coastal margins. The plan is the plan has been to enhance that whole coastal dune ecological aspect of that peninsula.
Thank you. If I could just continue on the original question, was there something specifically in the plan change that meant that the restoration plan was paused, or was it related to this uncertainty and around the desire for the golf club to expand onto that land?
So in relation to plan change 30, the golf course are in conversations with the airport, and yeah, it was in relation to the uncertainty about the future use of that land was the pause of the planting.
Thank you.
Would there be just a quick sum? When we visited the site last Thursday, my estimation would have been that of the 10 hectares of the airport peninsula, that the area of planting would have been quite small, maybe certainly less than half a hectare. Do we know what area has been involved in planting, Andy? It's not necessarily material to today's decisions, which is just at the beginning of the process, but it does. Certainly those of us who visited there came away with the impression that it was a very small portion of the peninsula.
So about 2,500 native coastal plants were planted last year, within probably about a tenth of the area at the peninsula.
Thank you. Aaron, did you have any further questions or over to Pete?
No, thanks very much. I mean, that's all.
Councillor Rainey.
Yes, I mean, I'm loosely supportive of this. I'm not debating, but I have a question, and my concern is with the actual resolution, because indeed it authorises the chief executive to have discussions with the Nelson Golf Club and the airport on the potential use of the airport peninsula for the golf course. But I'm equally interested on whatever that deal might end up being, the potential use of the current golf course for our use, for public use. Because I don't think that this agreement should be contained to just giving consideration to the bit of the peninsula that we've been discussing. I'm interested in public access to the whole peninsula, which includes the current golf course. So I'll talk more about this in debate. But I would hope the CE would have that ability within the resolution as it stands to have that discussion. Can I be given some comfort in that regard?
If you look at paragraph 3.9 in my mayor's report, and I'm expecting the chief executive to take a signal both from the discussion today as well as that, I quite specifically say an issue that will need to be considered will be maintaining public access to the airport perimeter walkways.
Good.
So I'm asking quite upfront to the chief executive for him to take that into account in his discussions.
And it's further than that, because it's not just the perimeter walkway. If we're, and this is getting a little bit into debate, but if we're going to truly make real use of the coastal aspect of this bit of land, we need to be able to have public access around the perimeter of the golf course. Now, that doesn't happen at the moment because the golf course essentially goes right to the very edge, and that's what I wanted to, I'll talk about it more in debate.
There is currently, and for those that did the site visit, there is a walkway that's sort of mowed and maintained that does allow people to use that. Although I think, and like I say, I run around the airport all the time. It's a nice 5K run, and hundreds of people use it. The number of people who use the rougher walk around the peninsula, my guess would be a tenth of those that use the perimeter.
Well, yeah, I don't think you're quite. If you do the walkway, Nick, around the airport, and you're heading back north, out on the coastal edge of the walkway, and there's a fence so you can't walk onto the airport, you get to the end of that bit, you have to turn right and go along the end. You can't carry on through the golf course. What I'm saying to you is that access around the coastal part of the golf course is the bit that I'm really interested in, and I want to know whether the chief executive feels that under the auspices of this resolution that he's got the ability to put that on the table.
I think you know me well enough by now, Pete, that I see an opportunity here. And as I said, that's why I said this is for the people of Nelson. You know, so I think I will not be broadly looking at just the golf course or the airport. This is actually an opportunity to open up this area to people I went for the first time last Thursday and I was blown away by this piece of land that is basically scrub that should be used by the people of Nelson. So, you know, it's an opportunity.
The bit, can I just reinforce that Pete made, is that in the mantle that we are giving to the chief executive, and where I totally agree with the point that Pete's just made, is having a discussion around the access of the golf course on their freehold land. In other words, even though the discussion is about the exchange of lands in these areas, I'm one of those that wants this council to take every opportunity it can on every piece of coastline. And I don't know whether it's the work that Mel's doing on the waterfront or whether it's in this area. People have a natural affinity and attraction to water. And the more that we can open up access to areas of our coast, the better our community is. And that whole theme of better connecting our community to the sea. Any further questions, Pete? Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Nick. I've just got a follow-on question that was triggered by Councillor Stallard's, actually. Have we had any, or, you know, what considerations are we having for kind of having conversations with iwi before we have conversations with the golf club?
And this is the complicated issue we're in, and my expectations on the resolutions that are before us would be that I would be wanting the chief executive to take good legal advice from Mandy and the resource consenting team as to how does he manage the process of the discussions in navigating this right way forward. The reason I'm cautious is because we are in this really tricky position of these three multiple processes. Now, of course, I would want the Chief Executive to take into account our partnership agreement with the 8 iwi. I would want him to be as open with our 8 iwi as possible, and I would want him to make the decisions based on legal advice as to how he navigates that course in such a way that is respectful to all parties but within the law.
I think I'm being invited to have conversations as a result of the hearing commissioners asking if can we find a solution, but this is investigatory. This would require consent, and in that requiring of that consent, it would be deep engagement with iwi and others around this. So this council can't even make a decision on this. Actually, this needs to be a consented activity if it was to go forward, and that's a detailed process which would be followed.
Councillor Sanson.
I mean, on the basis of what I guess what I'm hearing, are we kind of stepping into this process too much at this stage?
I think we've been invited by the hearing commissioners to do that very thing. They've asked the two parties to get together. And how can they do that if the owner of the land doesn't get involved? So we have to get involved. And I think this is about exploring the way forward. So we've been invited to do that, as Mandy said, as my regulator said, we've been invited to do this by the commissioners.
The alternative would be to say, no, we're not prepared to have any conversation. That then makes it almost impossible for the airport company and the golf club to have the conversation because they can't make any decisions or have any discussions around land which is not theirs. And so look, I openly accept this is a difficult one to navigate. That is why I have brought it to council and wanted to be quite open about it, even though, as a consequence, the airport company and the golf club have not been able to have discussions in the 4 weeks since I've received the letter. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. Just one final question of clarification, really. Is there a risk that if we authorise this conversation or these discussions, this, exploring of options, and there is some proposal developed, and then that, I guess, aligns both the airport and the golf club on the outcome of the airport extension, that we've kind of almost removed the opportunity for genuine community consultation. Like, I know that we can do it, but if we've kind of already I guess steered the outcome in a certain direction, is it still really genuine community engagement if we're kind of going out and saying, well, the airport and the golf club have come to this agreement, we were around the table, it would be quite hard for us to then walk back from it. Wouldn't it be hard for us to walk back
look, it's not an ideal situation. It's a bit like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. My view is the commissioners have asked for a conversation to occur. That conversation cannot occur without the council being a party to it. And what we are doing is authorising our chief executive to be a party to those discussions. What we're equally saying, and we should be saying it to the commissioners, to the golf club and to the airport company, is any decision to use the airport peninsula land that is reserved for aerodrome purposes would need to be subject to a process of public consultation, and that process of public consultation is required by law to be one in which the process is not preempted and which there is not a predetermined outcome. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to figure out what, in terms of what we're actually authorising here, we're saying, like, I guess a question for the chief executive is, what are you taking from particularly resolution 2? I guess my question is, I didn't necessarily know you had to come to us to ask for permission to talk to people. Are you taking it as above that, or is there a reason why you feel the need to seek authorization, particularly related to the plan change? Like, what signal are you taking from this resolution from council?
Can I just answer the first part, because it is my report. And when you've got a huge amount of passion in the community, both for and against the airport extension, when you've got the council having these multiple hats, in my view, if our chief executive was off having private meetings with the airport company and the golf club, my view, it would have the capacity for it to be perceived the wrong way. And it was my view as mayor that if such discussions were to occur, it was best to be really upfront with the community about doing it. So what I would say, firstly, in response to your question, which is a really fair one, no, I don't expect the chief executive under normal circumstances to be able to have discussions with the airport clubs every single day. But when you've got before independent commissioners a massive issue over the extension of an airport, us with quite complicated legal processes underway, I thought it was best for us to be absolutely transparent about any actions the chief executive was taking.
For the record, I agree, and really where this is I think some of the conversation here has been stepping into the idea that discussions would be negotiations, and I want to really clearly understand from the chief executive, what are you taking from this resolution? What do you feel this is going to give you the remit to do?
So look, my inclination is to always sit down with parties, but my advice from my regulator, Mandy, is up until now as to let plan change 30 go ahead. As a result of the commissioners saying they'd like the two parties to sit down, then it's entirely appropriate on Mandy's advice for me to get involved, because we are the landowner and potentially could facilitate making this happen. But it's about fact finding. It's about finding is there a potential way forward, and bringing back some advice to you all to consider. Certainly not about negotiating a final resolution. I'm not going to bring back a paper and say this is the deal that we've done and you please sign off on it. This is the fact finding we've done. This is possible. What do you think? That's where I'm at.
So, and then just in terms of next steps, we'd be looking at not bringing back should discussions be fruitful in one form or another, not coming back with here's a potential proposal to sign off on, but coming back on what would you like to bring to the negotiating table in this?
I think for me, the hearing commissioners have said to the two parties, can you sort this out? They can't sort this out unless they hear from the council that there might be a solution. So therefore, it's not. This is not a council-led process. I'm not going to say, "Here's the solution." Right, sign up to this. It's actually for the airport and the golf course to sort this problem out. But
I guess the reason I'm asking is to understand in terms of the decision making here today, how much direction is required. There's been a lot of questions relating to things like public access and amenity. Is that a discussion that needs to be happening today, or is that something that subsequent information will be brought for the council to then establish priorities for our reserve land should we see a space in which we might be looking to lease or a negotiation to be had around our reserved land? Do we need to be having this discussion right now on what our priorities are, or is that something that would be subsequently addressed through a report or a workshop process down the track?
If you ask me my expectations, I would be saying, having the chief executive say to the airport and the golf course, what's your proposal, guys? The councillors' views that I have heard is that there are issues around public access. There's ambition for improvements to access to the water space. There's the other items that I've covered off in my report. I would then expect the chief executive to be reporting back to council, hey, these discussions are up to this point. How do you feel about these sorts of options that we're looking at? And there to be an interactive process between the chief executive and these two entities, the airport company and the golf club, and ultimately, as a consequence of an interactive process, potentially, and the word potential uses in the resolution, potentially, then coming back with a formal proposition. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, it's noted in the letter from the golf club, and I've just looked at the Shape Nelson, the latest memo from the airport legal team dated 26 June, updated 2nd July. The letter from the golf club states the airport has conceded we could have 185 metres of the grass runway. Now, I don't quite get some of this, the wording that they use, but have we actually had any correspondence from the golf club, from the airport company, stating that that's actually a true fact, or are we following the evidence that we have from the golf club?
Can I just touch back? What was the? I didn't quite hear. Not as sharp as I should be.
In the letter from the golf club, it states, as I quote, the airport has conceded that we could have 185 metres of grass runway. Do we have any correspondence from the airport stating that that is a true statement?
No, I don't think we've had, and that's not inappropriate, that there hasn't been that correspondence. What is absolutely correct is that in the discussions that the airport and the golf club have had, the golf club have signalled to the airport that the grass runway would need to move for the east for them to have sufficient space. Now, that area of land is owned by the council as aerodrome reserve, but is under the lease of the airport company, and they can do that portion of negotiations subject to our agreement. So my take on this is that as a consequence of the chief executive being involved in those discussions, there is going to be the council as the landowner, the Ministry of Transport as the Kiwi share owner, the airport company as the lease handholder, and the golf club, all of them having landowner interests that would need to be around the table.
And also to add to that, the CAA would need to get involved in terms of the regulations around the positioning of the second runway. And I understand that the airport's having conversations with CAA around that fact.
Sure. I just note I've looked at the Shape Nelson where you find all the updates on this whole plan change, and the latest memo from the airport legal team dated 26 June 2024, updated 2nd July, still doesn't note that this could be a possibility. Now, it could be in words that I simply don't understand, but I would just like to know if we can have some reassurance from the airport that that's actually a genuine thing, that they could have the access to that land.
We've got, the only thing I'd say, Councillor Rowley, we have no information to say anybody is not genuine. The only question we've got is that there's clearly needs to be private discussions between the golf club and the airport. That has to occur. Now, it's possible that they have had discussions that is further ahead than where the Commission has released public information. But that would not indicate anything that has occurred improperly. It's just that our council's got this difficulty that not only are we the manager of the plan change, we actually happen to be the underlying landowner. And that is why we've got the issue before us today.
No, that makes sense. Thanks for that. And just one second question. We had an email come through this morning following a question that Councillor Stallard had asked. And it talks about the Waimea Inlet Management Strategy and Action Plan. If any of this work was to happen, would we have to reconsult on that management strategy and action plan as well, or how would that work?
If the golf club wished to proceed with developing, and the first thing they need to do is to get permission of the landowner, the council, if they were granted permission to access the land of the peninsula, they would then need to apply for resource consents. And that would be a further process. So let's be quite clear. There would need to be a public process about the use of the land, and the use of the reserve. There's also going to be a separate process about the resource consents of which the Waimea management plan would be relevant. Mandy, is the Waimea Estuary Management Plan a statutory or non-statutory planning document?
Well, it's been approved by both councils, but it's not statutory.
Right, so it's a guidance document. It will be one that would need to take into account. All right, Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Nick. I have a couple of problems with this because at some point we're going to be asked as a group to make a decision. And we had a guy sit here and give a presentation. We've been told this is necessary for electric planes. I assume that is true. That by the time it's built, the innovation in electric and hydrogen will mean that we don't need it. Now, I've never heard any counter argument to his well-presented argument, and I can't.
Can I just caution the councillor? And that is, today we cannot. I think we are with difficulty, and I'll take a look from Andy, getting into the debate of the merits of whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to extend the runway. Councillors need to be cautious of getting into that debate because we get to have that when the independent commissioners come back and report to us on the merits of that.
Okay, but then at that point...
And at that occasion, you're absolutely right and able to pursue that question. But today, we're wearing our landowner hat of the land. I know it feels quite constraining and I'm struggling with it too, but that is the legal reality of the position. Today, we are not able...
But then all of a sudden, we have to make a decision without information. And that is one of the parts of the information that I would like to know. And another part is that why aren't we looking at going south? And I understand that what's happening here is a commercial entity has said, well, it'll cost a fraction to do that of anything else, so let's do it. But the thing that concerns me is this is a vital piece of infrastructure. We don't ever want to be without it. And do we believe in global warming? Because if we do, I would like to know if they have a plan to deal with it. I've asked the port the same thing. The only answer I got was, we have a plan. That's a good start. I would like, before we start disrupting people's lives and spending lots of money sort of on our behalf, do they have a plan? I mean, I would like to think that somewhere somebody could say, well, I can defend this to so many metres of rise, because it's a vital piece of infrastructure.
The today's discussion, whether the runway goes south or north, whether the merits or not of the argument around new generation aircraft, they are core business for the Commission, and we should await that discussion. The point that you do make that's relevant is this. This is a low-lying coastal area that is vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal change. From my perspective, if someone was proposing to use the Airport Peninsula land for a residential development or a permanent buildings, I would be very cautious because I think our coastal advisors would say that this is quite a vulnerable area. It is my view that whether it be recreational space or golf course, less intensive investment in land and is appropriate to have in coastal areas. So the issue that you've raised around climate change and around appropriate land use and the pros and cons of using that area of coast are absolutely relevant to today's discussion and what advice we give our Chief Executive if we are to authorise him having these discussions. But I don't want us getting into that discussion about the pros and cons of the airport going south, north, or the justification for it.
Okay, I'm being counselled by my colleagues that I'm off straying into land which I'm not supposed to be, and I accept that. But so my question then is this: when we get past this and it comes to that point,
yes,
and I ask this question again, the answer basically is going to be, well, it's too late to find out now. We don't, it takes a while to look into these things. And I don't want to be put in a position at some point in the future where we have to make a decision and those three things are not answered.
Well, what has actually taken place is that this council, when it received the application for Plan Change 30, which is a really big, complicated job, delegated that to independent commissioners. And those independent commissioners are spending hours and hours, days and weeks pursuing those very questions. And they are going to provide us with a comprehensive report as to what their view is on those. And we should await till we get that report for us to make judgments on those, the merits of the questions that you raise.
Thank you. I'll look forward to it.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, and sorry for the additional question. Looking at this map, if we look at the Airport Peninsula, there's lots 29, 33 and 32, which makes up the bulk of the airport. Now, I note that 32 and 33, the rates are paid by the airport. It's Nelson Council land, but the rates are paid by the airport. Does this mean that those are leased to the airport? 33 and 32 are leased to the airport?
Correct.
However, 29, which is the kind of area potentially of highest kind of environmental interest and where there is a restoration plan, that the rates on that are paid by Nelson City Council. So it's Nelson City Council owned land, but the rates are paid by Nelson City Council. Does that mean it's not leased to the airport?
Yes. The airport lease of the airport company covers lots 32, 31 and 33.
Not 29.
But quite deliberately 29. Okay. But 29, and I was involved in when these decisions were made in 1998 when the airport company was established. And 29 is still reserved for aerodrome purposes. But a deliberate decision was made. So effectively, if the right to publicly access the land, the walkway is at the airport walkway is all on the land that is leased by the airport and is subject to their consent.
So
the airport company currently has no jurisdiction at all on Lot 29.
Right.
It's aerodrome reserve, but it is entirely within the control of the council.
So this thing that we're authorising here, does that include 29?
It includes 29, 33 and 32.
So 29 is basically up for discussion for possibly being used for golf course.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely. Right, are there any further questions? That being the case, Councillor Anning.
I wanted to say we've been done.
We are. And I think that for us to move to the debate, I indicated at the beginning, and I'm assuming councillors were comfortable, and that was to take the resolutions from my mayor's report by topic. And so I'm going to move resolutions 2 and 3 and seek a seconder. Yep. Thanks, Councillor Skinner. In speaking to the moving of this resolution, the first point I would make is that this report and recommendation has been triggered firstly by the independent commissioners asking the airport company and the golf club to see whether they could come to some resolution around a reconfigured airport and golf club. The only practical way that commissioner's request can be respected is for the Nelson City Council to be involved in those discussions because it is the landowner of the reserve land. and because for those parties, the airport and the golf club to alone have that discussion would be to be disrespectful of the Nelson City Council's role as the landowner. Now, in preparing this report, I've been quite careful to navigate those different hats that we wear. That hat owner is 50% owner in the airport company. That owner as the overseer of the planning process, and also as the owner of the land. I do want to point out that all of the land that we're talking about is deemed local purposes reserve aerodrome, not local purposes reserve natural habitat, not natural purposes reserve playing fields or anything else. Was that when the Crown vested these reserve lands for us, it was for the strategic purposes of supporting the city with a airport. Now, as history has evolved, our golf club that was established in 1905 is facing the prospect of losing a very large chunk of its freehold land under the application of the airport wanting to extend its runway. Now, today I don't want to comment on whether the extending of the runway is justified, whether it's going in the right direction, because they are all decisions for the commissioners. But in the event they decide that it is, then the consequences for the golf club are quite serious. It is my view that if that decision occurs, then this council needs to be up to having the discussion for some logical land shifts that would enable our city to have a good airport, and also for our historic golf club to be able to continue in a reconfigured position. Now, the decision that I'm asking council to make today is just to allow those discussions to start. It may be that the chief executive comes back to us and said that, well, actually, I don't think there is any practical answer here. The chief executive may come back and say, actually, one of the parties was too demanding and was not being reasonable and not being considerate of the other, whether they be public access and other issues around the table. But I'm one of those that's of the optimists of this community of Nelson, where when we have difficult and challenging problems, we get round the table and we come up with optimum solutions that gets the best overall outcome. And I think there is a possibility of that if we head down that track today. The final point I would make here is that in the discussions that I have had both with the golf club prior to them lodging their plan change and by the airport company, both of those parties, my view, carry a considerable public interest, that they are acting with goodwill, and I think there is the potential for us to get an outcome that might work for both parties. And I would ask the council to support this resolution and giving that the best shot that it can. There's always been the question as to the right time for this discussion to occur. Given the fact that the discussions have been invited to occur by the Commissioner, in my view, it's the responsible thing for council to do is to respond to that and to enable our chief executive acting in a landowner role to engage with the golf club and airport on this issue. Councillor Ronnie.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I remain open-minded on this issue. And furthermore, regardless of whether this concept proceeds or not, and whether the runway extension goes ahead or not, I think we should consider more closely the use of that peninsula for all Nelsonians. It's been a while since we've really given it some thought. However, if this was to proceed, and a redesign of the course would be necessary, obviously. If that is the case, then I think it's vital that in the redesign that walking and cycling is taken into account, as well as permanent public access. And this needs to be locked in from the outset, which is why I had the question for the chief executive. And to be really clear, that needs to be for their use of our land. I'm talking about the golf club and our use of their land. I think it has to be an open conversation. Now, let me expand on this. I want you to think in 10 years from now, imagine hopping on your bike outside council, riding through a fantastic, pathway past Trafalgar Centre, round to the newly redeveloped waterfront here of Councillor Courtney. Thank you very much. It's looking fantastic, by the way. Round our new wide cycleway, round this Rocks Road, down towards Tahunanui, and then through the path that goes around the motor camp, and you get to that point where at the moment you got to turn left and go down Parkers Road and through Awatea Place and back into suburbia. At that point, you would stay on the coastline over a nicely built bridge and ride around the edge of the golf course and ride around the edge of the airport, watching the new electric planes floating in silently as you cycle along. And you get to the end of the peninsula on a beautifully formed cycleway. What do you do at that point? I tell you what you do. You hop on the Eastern Ferry, the Eastern Rabbit Island Ferry, and you take it across to Rabbit Island. And then you continue on the cycleway right down Rabbit Island, and you get on the Western Ferry, which already exists, and you carry on. Nelsonians could hop on their bikes and ride to Rabbit Island in about half an hour. I think this is a gold mine. I think it's got the potential to really transform not only this part of the coastline for Nelsonians, but equally people on the cycle trail coming back towards Rabbit Island. They hop on the ferry and they go along Rabbit Island. At the moment, they have to turn right and go down the road and enter into Tasman. They could carry on straight ahead and come into Nelson City. And don't tell me that it's impossible to build a ferry, because there is one at the other end of Rabbit Island, arguably operating in an even more tempestuous tidal outflow from time to time. So for that reason, I think we need to take this opportunity to really think carefully about the future of this and the potential that it could give, just not only to Nelson City, but also to the region as a whole. I think this resolution is the first step on a process that could really achieve a great outcome.
Thanks, Councillor Rana. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. To me, this is all about process. I agree that we should be engaging with the golf club and the airport, given the direction from the commissioners, and we should do that. But what's before us is not the only way to engage. And to my mind, what's before us is a long, long way out of step. And for that reason, I won't be supporting these motions. I think the messaging, given the wording is so open here, the messaging that we send is so important. And we're sending our CE, who generally makes deals and closes deals, as the first step. And our CE has said the peninsula is a piece of scrub that should be used by the people of Nelson. And the Mayor has advocated for developing coastal areas. And the ecological restoration work has already been paused. And we've heard that the land title doesn't say it's a natural habitat. It doesn't matter. It is a natural habitat. It's severely degraded, but it is a natural habitat. So I just think the way we engage, my preference would be, firstly, and I agree, this is all about fact finding. The CE has said staff should be talking with the airport and the golf club about fact finding and sharing ideas and understanding priorities, and then bringing a paper to this council so that we are well informed, and then we could give clear guidance to our CE about where we're going next. To me, we're sending a very clear signal that we're jumping right into this plan. So for me, I can't support this. There is a clear way forward. but it's with staff talking and gathering information and so on. And really, that's the part that wouldn't require a resolution of council, I suspect, but that would come further down the line in step, in good progress process.
Thanks, Councillor Fallon. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if Plan Change 30 goes ahead, it will create a number of problems that we'll have to overcome as a community. Somewhere buried in all of this conversation is a good outcome for our community, and I have no idea what that is at the moment. All that we're doing is approving the chief executive to have a conversation so that all the different parties at play can unpack and discover what some of those possible outcomes could be. I think we're quite a pragmatic bunch of people. It's a conversation. I feel I don't want to be a handbrake on that. I'm excited to hear how those discussions go, what comes out of it. I know that the chief executive knows our many priorities, including the priority that I would share around public access to that peninsula walkway. So look, for my piece, go ahead. I'm excited. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Oh, the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I'm sort of in a similar vein as Councillor Hodgson. I appreciate the boldness of Councillor Rainey's vision, and I'm glad someone has read the Regional Public Transport Plan in enough detail to recognise that there is a single bullet point, but one that was thoroughly thrashed out when it was first approved in 2021, noting the potential for ferry links around Tasman Bay as an alternative public transport option that is still in our plan to be investigated in 2029. So thank you for recognising that, Pete. However, I think most of that vision isn't for today, is the fact is, and I appreciate Councillor Stallard's concerns as well, is that ultimately what is come out of the questioning is that we're approving the chief executive to go, and we can only approve for the chief executive to do things. He's our employee, he employs everyone else. I frankly don't expect the chief executive to be going and having the conversations himself. But he's the one who we can authorise to do things. And we're saying, look, in the context of a wider, complicated regulatory environment where there is a key component of public perception, I take the point that it would be to go without council's approval to negotiate between two parties subject to a plan change. There is a perception risk there. What we're saying is come back with the information, including those questions around wider purposes, around public access and amenity, around ecological restoration and value to that space, for us to then have the opportunity, whether or not we get to that stage, we'll see, but to have the discussion, to receive that information, to look at the possibilities, for us as a council to then be able to establish what our priorities are in that area, and then subsequent to that again, be able to evaluate if wherever this lands, we want to proceed or not. And that's what we're doing today, is it's really a sort of quite a boring step in the wider picture of things. But I do think what's highlighted by the debate is that there should be a very thorough testing of this, and I think the chief executive has recognised that this is not free rein to go negotiate. This is just the acknowledgement of, in a wider context of procedural and perception challenges, we're saying yes, bring us back this information, have the conversation, what are people looking at, come back to us, and then we'll make decisions on our land.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. I've been hugely disappointed and concerned at what a extension of the airport may have or will have on our camp land, the largest camp in the Southern Hemisphere, the effect on the golf course. And I've been hugely disappointed that we've kept a arm's length prior to it going to a consent process. An airport that we are joint owners with TDC on, and it should have been a discussion prior to going to consent on the impact and our interests and expectations of both that, the camp, and the effect on that golf course. However, it's come to this, And since this process, and now that it is a process, we are forced to be at an arm's length. Something we, in previous terms, we've had kept in good contact with the camp, good contact with the airport, asked them what their direction is, why, and given feedback on where we think that direction should be. And I think there's been a, I'm going to use the right words here, ignorance might be strong, but a disinterest, I think, from the airport on the impact it does to our camp and our community. That aside, I'm supportive of these discussions because at those hearings, the Commissioner said, quite rightly, go and have that sit-down discussion, which you haven't had, which the camp and the golf course and the airport should have had, they haven't had. There's been an ignorance, I think, of that impact, maybe an arrogance, and I might correct me later if I'm wrong, I don't think our council has had those discussions with the airport and said, hey, whoa, we're supportive of developments to protect the future strategy, but please consider how that affects on our future strategy of our camp. When I say the camp of land that we lease out to an incredible camp, which services a huge part of that community, both in tourism and long-term housing there. Then, of course, the golf course, and I felt the golf course have felt hamstrung because it's been a process. I know individuals from the golf course quite rightly have raised the concerns of this airport extension going in the northern direction it will have on their golf course. And even though that's not a council facility, we should be on the looking out for the interests of the golf course as well in regards to its positives and for the community on a great number of levels. So in that sense, yes, well done, commissioners, saying sit down and talk. And yes, that would be a miss for us not to have those discussions and through this year. And so I ask, as you've already been, keep us in touch on that. Also a little bit disappointed, and I'm going to use this opportunity, disappointed that our submission, when I say our, the council officer's submission to that consent process, apart from going down and listening to it, in fact that ended up conflicting at the time on our council meeting at the time, but listening to it since on what that submission was, because once again I felt our council has been at an arm's length from that. We've been overprotective of not being involved to a point that we've got a scenario of 3 balls being juggled, golf course, camp and airport, and whichever way this goes, there's going to be 2 losers. And it doesn't have to be any losers in this. So yes, I support this discussion. It's come a bit lately, but the commissioners are quite right. Sit down, sort your stuff out, and then come back. And I hope we will have a resolution that will be appeasable and livable for all 3 great facilities. And I ask and that we keep on top of this in the future, so it doesn't come to a process where we're arm's length. We have to wait for an outcome before we can decide moving forward. But it's 3 strong strategies for those 3 facilities which play a huge impact on the growth of the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Sanson, and then I'll take Councillor Courtney.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Yeah, I feel uncomfortable about this. I really echo the comments from both Councillor Rainey and Councillor Stallard. I feel that, it feels like kind of a quid pro quo arrangement to me, and I am only going to be comfortable supporting this if this is very clear to the CE that this is simply a fact-finding conversation and not deal-making. I don't think we should be doing any kind of deal-making at this point, because I don't think that elected members around this table have had we haven't had a workshop on this. We haven't had any kind of discussion about what's important to us in this space. I do agree with Councillor Rainey that we should absolutely be going into this fact-finding and discussions with the lens of what reciprocity is there for the broader community that Nelson City Council represents, and how do we ensure coastfront, so the coastal fringe access all around that area, including across the land that is owned by the golf club. I have recollections of council staff trying to have those conversations in the past and there being a reluctance from the golf club, so that I hope that if we go into this in good faith, considering access for the golf club to other areas of that peninsula, that there will be some reciprocity. However, I'm also really, I think this has to have a really robust process following on from this, and we have to really allow genuine community engagement and not see this as any kind of preemptive deal making. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm going to support this. It's common sense to support it. It moves things forward. It's not giving any commitments to anybody. It's dialogue, and that's what the commissioners have asked for. Dialogue. And there hasn't been a lot of it, and I concur with practically everything that Councillor Skinner said earlier. And said so well, I might say, because you summed it up, the situation, the lack of talking, the lack of communication between the parties, all standing off, afraid to open their mouths and talk to one another. And this is what happens when you don't communicate. And the commissioners must have seen that and said, look, these people have got to get together. Got to get together and talk to one another and see if there's some ways through this. And so this is what this allows to do. And the city is not being asked to do any deal. Not at all. He's going to see if there's a pathway that he can put some proposals to this council and we can concur with him on and perhaps move forward. So I think we're delving too deep. And I could sense it, when I saw it on the agenda. I thought, hello, hello, hello. The Mayor, as much as he doesn't want us to drift into all the finer points of what's proposed here, we will, and we have. And look, I loved Councillor Rainey's sojourn I had my eyes shut and I was listening to him, just enjoying it. I was away on a ferry away with the ferries on a ferry. Pardon? Pardon? Away with the ferries. I was, and on a ferry. No, I loved every minute of it. But I'll be supporting this, Mayor Nick.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Rollin.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And look, this has been a morning of simply just telling the chief executive to go and have a conversation. I mean, it pretty much sums us up if you want to know time management. And look, I will be the first to argue that conversation should have happened some time ago. And I really hope that Councillor Skinner ends up on the front page of the news for his speech today, because that was excellent. Look, we have to accept that council's perceived to be knees deep in this process, whether we like it or not around the table. That's the view of the community, and that's how we have to accept it. We don't get a choice. This whole process has been lacking conversation. It took 3 commissioners to tell every party that you should go away for another few weeks and have a conversation to try and find an outcome that we really might find an outcome at the moment, because it lacked conversation. We've often been told around these processes that we're not allowed to talk about them because we've got to allow the heavy hitters to go and do their discussion, and then we can stay in the background and have the final vote. It's a shame really that this does have to come before a council vote to allow the chief executive just to go on and find out how we can do this, because in fact I would have suspected that it should have just been happening in the background anyhow, and we would have never had to worry about it. But I really hope in all of this conversation, it's not simply just a conversation between the Nelson Airport and the golf club, because there is so many more people involved in this process. And if we take the eyes off the ball here and simply say that we only want to know if the golf club and the airport can find a solution, then I would say we've lost the game. We have got a whole region that we need to be taking on board with this journey to finding an outcome that actually everyone can live with. Because if we leave one group behind in this whole situation, like I said last week with our long-term plan, if we leave one group behind, we're going to fail our town, and we can't do this. So I urge the Chief Executive to take whoever he takes along himself and his support crew, I guess we call the SLT, the support crew to Nigel, take them along and take a notepad with not a single word on it and listen to what every party can find. And when you've found a solution there, we're going to take that solution to the rest of the community and make sure we find an outcome for all. Because if we don't, we're going to fail everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rollo. Any other contributions? That being the case, I'll just exercise my right of reply. Firstly, hey, this is a big deal. This is a very precious area of Nelson. We're talking about several kilometres of our most beautiful waterfront area, but we also should reflect that the resolution before us is just a small step in a big process. Some councillors have expressed concerns about being arm's length from the process. Can I tell you that is just was always going to be the case. And that was because when the council owns 50% of the shares in the airport, it was always going to be impossible for councillors to be directly involved in the decision as to whether that runway extension is going to be given approval or not. That is just an inevitability of our ownership of the airport, and so I strongly defend that process, and I want to put on record that I have got a high level of confidence in the competency and the diligent job those independent commissioners are doing on that application. There has been questions as to whether this did require a resolution of council for the Chief Executive to go have discussions. I do ask councillors to consider the opposite, and that was when I received the letter from the golf club, how would councillors have felt if I just said, hey, Nigel, please hop off and have a discussion with these guys? I think that would have been disrespectful to the council. It was better for me to be absolutely open with the council. I've got this letter, how do I handle it? I think the best thing is for us to send our Chief Executive in to have the discussion, to enable the discussions that the commissioners have asked to occur. One last point I would make is that in my dealings with the golf club, there was a dispute between the council and the golf club around getting public access for the existing cycleway that goes over their freehold property, in which I had discussions with the previous Chief Executive as a Member of Parliament and golf club. And I actually felt both parties, when they got together and I was involved in facilitating the meeting, there was enormous goodwill. And I think a good outcome when you get parties around the table, as a number have expressed, is the right way for us to find solutions to what are difficult problems. We are giving our Chief Executive a challenging job, but equally I know the valid perspectives that have been addressed around this table today will be reflected in his discussions with those two organisations as we move on this process with a number of complex different machinations in coming to the right conclusion for our community. I put resolutions 2 and 3, and given some of the views that have been expressed, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to have a division.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Division on the resolutions 2 and 3. Councillor Anderson.
Aye.
Aye. Councillor Bench.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pucky.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
Aye.
Councillor Stallard.
No.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Nick.
Aye.
Carried.
That's been a sizable discussion, but important and well worthwhile. my recommendation is we just take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back to deal with the remaining issues. So council will reconvene at 12:20. and being late.
I'm on his side.
Actually, I say that totally. Oh, you're on his side. The next item, actually, I ingest because it is to the credit of our chief executive that the relationship with Port Nelson is in such good shape. And this item on the agenda is about authorising myself to sign the memorandum of understanding with the port company. You don't have to look too far around New Zealand to see very difficult relationships between councils and port companies. And my view is the value of the MOU is locking in the good working relationship that Nigel has built up at his level with the chief executive, but also with the current chief executive retiring, making sure that we're really getting a really good relationship in the longer term. The scale of activities that we have that are engaging with the port, particularly with the newly established Waterfront Development Task Force, makes that relationship even more important. And that is why I've included in my Mayor's report the recommendation that I be authorised to sign that on Council's behalf. Welcome any questions.
Happy to move or second if you need.
The Councillor Skinner is happy to move, and Councillor Courtney is happy to second. Is there any questions or discussion on this item? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Nick. I think this MOU, this Memorandum of Understanding, is just simply the icing on the cake. And there was nothing better than to start the first inaugural meeting of the Waterfront Redevelopment Task Force than having this item put before us by our Chief Executive. And I have to thank him most sincerely for the work that he's put in alongside Hugh Morrison, I think it is, Morrison on this MOU, because it is going to establish a partnership. And for me, it was the icing on the cake, I thought, the inaugural meeting of this Waterfront Redevelopment Task Force, the icing on the cake. And to have their expertise and their knowledge and all of that being shared between the task force and the Port Nelson Limited just bodes well, augurs well for successful outcomes. It's working in tandem, sharing our plans, sharing our dreams, sharing our hopes, knowledge and expertise with each other, in my view, is a true partnership. And I just have to be most grateful to the port as well for their willingness to participate and to sign so quickly the Memorandum of Understanding. And I think this is the first council that's had a Memorandum of Understanding with our port company. I don't think Tasman has, and I don't think they'll have done it with anyone else. And I think it bodes well for the future, and it's a sign of good things to come. So I'm happy to second the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Are there any further comments? Can I just reinforce all the comments that Councillor Courtney have made, both the work that his task force is doing in the Wakefield Quay area of our city, as well as the work that Councillor Skinner is doing with the marina, is that this relationship is important, and I think the MOU will be a constructive framework to ensure both those pieces of work can continue to be advanced constructively. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, say no. That's carried. We come to the next item on the agenda, and that is with respect to the name change and terms of reference for the Civic House Library Task Force. and the addition of, with council's indulgence, my suggestion was to take items 5 and 6, which deal with the membership of task forces together, unless people wanted to debate them separately. Can I just comment on them briefly? In my mayor's report in May, we did a substantive rejig of our task forces, closing down those ones whose work had finished and establishing the very important task forces being led by the Deputy Mayor on the city revitalisation. Councillor Courtney, with respect to the waterfront and the community task force. At that time, I flagged and said there's still one outstanding decision. There's been the proposal for a combined library hub for the city. It goes beyond the terms of reference that are currently in Civic House. There are 3 potential pathways forward. One would be to put the Civic House and library issues into the City Revitalisation Task Force. That was one option I considered. The second option was effectively to extend the task force being led by Councillor Rainey to include what the future of a central city library would be, or the third option would be to have a new task force. Effectively, I came to the view that the best way forward was for us to extend the terms of reference of the Civic House Task Force. I then circulated to councillors whether there was interest in adding to it, with the terms of reference of the Civic House Task Force now including the future of what we do as a long-term replacement for the Al Maternal Library. A number of councillors expressed interest. I've had a discussion with Councillor Rainey and I effectively, and I'll be cheeky, Pete, I'm going to take my recommendation of Councillor Sanson, Councillor Pakipaki and Councillor Anderson joining your task force was one that you were comfortable with as chair for that group. The only other piece I would add in that discussion is in considering whether it was better to have the piece of work done by the City Revitalisation Task Force or continue with a separate task force. My feeling is that the Bridge to Better project is very large, that the primary focus of the City Revitalisation Task Force is the engagement with the private sector, whether it be getting new housing, whether it's getting new retail investment, getting the streetscape, getting the activity of the city. And I think there is a manageable separation between those bits that are done specifically for the council's business, which is our civic administrative centre and the functioning of a library. The reason I'm very grateful that Councillor Pakipaki put his hand up is he is the deputy chair of the City Redevelopment Task Force, and I'm effectively asking Councillor Pakipaki to be a key link between those groups so that those conversations are shared between them, and I think that will work well. Councillor Sanson's passion in the library area is well recognised, and Councillor Anderson has also expressed an interest and is a regular library user and adds some diversity to the group. Thus my recommendation for those 3 additional councillors and the change of the terms of reference. The reason for Councillor Benge being added to the task force on the waterfront work is both a discussion between myself and the chair, is that we felt his expertise and interest in the area would add value to that work, and Councillor Benge participated in the first meeting, which in my view was constructive and on track. Happy to take questions on the recommendations in my mayor's report. Councillor Courtney.
Nick, going just back to where you were regarding the extension of the Civic House Development Task Force and including other aspects of the library, would it be pertinent to have the community hub mentioned in that, in the title for the task force? I just think it's integral part is going to be, and that's why I support the proposal that's there at the moment, that we look at a library, a civic amenity, offices, and a community hub. And I just sort of feel that it may be lost in the process if we don't have it actually in the task force title. That's my contribution or question.
Yeah, I did give consideration, and you could have called it the, say, a City Hub Task Force. The only feeling I have is that wish us and the task force to keep an open mind. And that is that certainly there is a very live option in the report that the council has received and made public of a new combined hub, library and civic house. And that is an absolutely live option, and that we one the task force needs to get its head around. But I don't want to preempt and send a signal to the community that we're prejudging that's the only option. Now, I personally am attracted to the notion of the library and the city administrative centre being in a single location. I think, and have seen that work very successfully in other places, but I don't want to prejudge it. You could, and if somebody wants to be imaginative with words, civic house / library / hub, as long as it's plain in the title that this task force could propose a single hub. It also could propose separate facilities, as long as that's within its terms of reference and we're not prejudging that issue. So I'm very much to it being the hub being within their terms of reference. But I don't want it to close it down as though it's the only option. Deputy Mayor.
Civic Investment Task Force, perhaps?
Civic Investment Task Force.
In terms of reference to determine breadth?
It's not lighting my candle from the point of view is that I like the title to as much as possible. But somebody sees the title and know exactly what it's about. Everybody knows that Civic House is tired and we've got some hard decisions to make on it. Everybody knows we've got a library that we've been able to squeeze 5 to 10 extra years of life out of it, and we've got a big decision. I'm reluctant.
Big decision task force?
Usually the deputy mayor is so helpful.
It's not a non-decision task force.
Oh, come on, be optimistic.
Can we have a debate for the next 2 hours about the name of this task force?
Matthew?
I think Rohan's first two suggestions would scare people. The non-decision one, maybe not. But I think what we've got's better than the first two suggestions. I think it would scare people.
The key is what's in the terms of reference. If there was a clear consensus on an alternative name, I'd be happy to change it. That was as good as I came up with. And the other part is I also wanted to make plain that Pete's Civic House Task Force has commissioned a series of reports, done some good work, and this is really a continuity of that task force, but now with an added terms of reference, with us wanting the one task force to be dealing with both big challenges. Campbell. Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Nick. Apart from you saying that Councillor Bench had some expertise, which got me worried, I'm happy to move this and maybe maybe chuck in there that we authorise the chief executive to have a discussion about it.
Oh, the day just keeps getting better and better. Thank you, and I appreciate the motion. I told the wife it's a short agenda today, will be done by lunchtime. It's been moved by Councillor Rollo. Is there a seconder? Happily seconded by Councillor Courtney. Is there any further debate?
Well, yes, I want to say in response to Councillor Rollo that I'm delighted to have Councillor Benj join our development task force.
Gang. The Saudi dogs.
Look, he brings with him business acumen, been in many businesses, agricultural, horticultural. He's been a consultant overseas. He's got a wide and varied portfolio of interests. No question about it. The more you get to know him, the more you get to appreciate him. And I'm very happy to have him join our task force.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. On that note, I will put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no, carried. The last item on my Mayor's report is just to note the recent expenditure. I'm going to move from the Chair, seconded by the Deputy. Is there any questions with respect to that expenditure from the discretionary fund? That being the case, all those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no, carried. We come to the next item on the agenda, the Nelson Tasman Regional Land Transport Plan. And welcome, officers. Welcome, Lyndon. Thank you for the work that officers have put into this regional transport plan. It hasn't been the easiest plan to put together in the sense that there's been changes in GPS and other significant policy changes. There's been the LTP process running in parallel. I'm not sure how you managed to juggle all of that, as well as the complexities of serving two councils in coming to this document. Happy to take some opening comments from your team and taking us through the report, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, I'll just do a couple of introductions around the two documents that have been considered today, and then open for questions. So the Regional Land Transport Plan purpose is to set out how at a regional level the transport system will develop over the next 10 years. The development of the plan is the Regional Transport Committee's responsibility under the Act. And through that development, we developed a draft under the previous government's transport policy. We went out and engaged with the community. The committee deliberated on that, and we now have the final plan that's in your agenda today following that work. And as the Mayor pointed out, that we have had a change in government policy as we've travelled through that, and this plan reflects that change. Nelson and Tasman resolved to do this plan together so that a true regional view could be taken. And I think it's important to note that this plan is required to be prepared every 6 years and then updated every 3 in what we call a midterm review. So we are in the midterm review now, and the substantive changes, I think, in that midterm review were the fact that Marlborough decided to go on their own, and so Marlborough have been removed from the original plan that was developed 3 years ago, and obviously that update to reflect the recent government policy statement. The other, I guess, key substantive change is that the plan reflects the projects and activities that Nelson City Council has in their long-term plan for transport, the same for Tasman District Council, and there's a document called the SHIP that is developed by New Zealand Transport Agency, Waka Kotahi, which is effectively their 10-year plan, although it has a very strong 3-year focus. So their SHIP is also reflected in this plan. It's effectively our bid for co-investment, and if we don't have one of these, we're unable to apply for co-investment from NZTA. And the plan must be submitted by the 1st of August to NZTA. So that's the Regional Land Transport Plan, which is the first part of the paper today. The other plan that is in here is the Regional Public Transport Plan. We took the opportunity to develop that in parallel, mainly to gain the efficiencies with the engagements that's required under both of these plans, so they were both consulted on together with the community. Similarly, it has a 10-year horizon, and in that plan it's very much, I guess, a steady as she goes with public transport, reflecting on the very big step change that we have made with the introduction of the e-bus recently. I think it would be fair to say that the next iteration of the RPTP will be largely informed by the public transport review that is being scoped at the moment, and will be a future piece of work that will inform the next version in 3 years' time. The substantive changes in the regional public transport plan that was engaged with the community earlier in the year is we've removed the Stoke on Demand components that were in the plan because we've obviously resolved to remove that service. And there's some changes to reflect the government policy statement and also some changes to the fees and ticketing and pricing and the like. So I'll happy to take questions now.
Thank you. Over to councillors. Councillor Bench.
Thank you. Can you just tell me what's the difference between a significant activity and on the horizon?
So I haven't got the act printed out in front of me, but we have a significant policy in the back of the document. And I guess if a project is of a large scale, I think we have a value of $15 million in our significance policy and has kind of a regional impact, then it should be reflected in the significant projects table. Now, the on the horizons table that we've included in there is a table of transport projects that are important to the community and to the councils, but that currently doesn't have funding assigned in a long-term plan or in the State Highways case, the SHIP, the State Highway Investment Proposal.
So a shift from being in the significant activity plan to on the horizon is a step forward or backwards for that project?
I guess it indicates that that project, while significant to the region, hasn't got funding to proceed.
Okay.
No one has put their hand up, either council or any road controlling authority, to proceed with that project.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Because I mean, obviously, we're all aware of the comment in the media that, or maybe it was government officials briefing to the Prime Minister, I think, that, or to ministers, that council hadn't advocated strongly or that the councils weren't advocating for Rocks Road. Could, in your view or in officer's view, is there more that we could have done to advocate for that to be included in the SHIP?
Through the chair, I think in the Regional Land Transport Plan, the draft that went out for community engagement, when we assessed the Rocks Road project against the key problems that are facing the region, it scored first equal with the Hope Bypass. So I think that analysis process and where the Regional Transport Committee landed with that project was it's an important project to the region. So whether we could have done additional, advocacy beyond that, I think that's, I'm not sure whether that's a question for me, but it might be a question for the broader council and the broader Regional Transport Committee.
Question I'd have for you.
Right, can I just finish? Is it okay for me to finish my questions? Is that okay? Thanks. Thanks for that. And then the other thing is, because Rocks Road is State Highway 6, it's actually a road that is funded by central government, not by local government. Is it correct that there is actually no mechanism for Nelson City Council to have included funding for a Rocks Road upgrade, active cycleway? We don't have any, we're not able to include that in our long-term plan. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I certainly know instances where the local council has funded projects on the state highway network. Okay. There's examples in Marlborough where some roundabouts have been built because that was important to the local council, and it didn't meet the funding criteria for Waka Kotahi. So there might be a wee bit of legal work that needs to be done to be doing work on someone else's corridor, but if you chose to fund it, then that could be, I imagine, considered by Waka Kotahi.
So that could be something we could consider through the next long-term plan, is whether Nelson City Council should be earmarking some contribution to it to kind of signal how important it is to the region?
Yes, that could be an approach.
I think that's all I've got for the moment.
My question is, our region, Nelson Tasman, has had no significant investment in our state highway network now for 15 years. The councils have said that Hope Bypass, a $500 million project, is our top priority. Do officials really believe that in the next 3 years we could expect a government that's under the worst financial pressures of a government in about 30 years is going to be able to give this region both $500 million for the Hope Bypass and $200 million for Rocks Road?
I think that's a rhetorical question, Nick.
No, I'm saying officials' job is to advocate to NZTA. They are professionals that work in the area, including Lyndon, who's had some significant skills. I think it is absolutely pertinent because I worry that we build up a whole lot of community expectation that suddenly the government's going to magically come up with $700 million for our region, and I genuinely don't think it is realistic, and I'm interested in officials' perspective as to do they think it's realistic in the next 3 years that we could get commitments to both those projects?
Through the chair, I think the response is more associated with which funding class that money comes from. Rocks Road work would be from the walking and cycling activity class. That's an area which is being constrained over the next funding period, so it's unlikely that there would be levels of funding that we need for a walking and cycling program of that level in the funding over the next 3 years.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I on a similar theme as so just understanding or just being really clear around the changes between the draft RLTP and the final RLTP we have in front of us in relation to the Rocks Road Resilience and Walking and Cycling project. In our draft RLTP, that was identified as the #1 project jointly, #1 project for the region. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And then subsequently, with the release of Waka Kotahi State Highway Investment Program, there was no funding allocation for it?
Yes, that's correct.
And as a result of that, there being no funding allocated to it, it was moved from the significant projects, which is a list of significant projects with funding allocated, to the on the horizon projects, which is a list of significant projects without funding allocated.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the RLTP process, obviously we shared the draft RLTP with Waka Kotahi. We also had the State Highway Investment Program submission, which I think is, and this is really the question, is that the only document that we've ever sent to the government in any form that said that the Hope Bypass was prioritised over Rocks Road? To the best of your knowledge,
to the best of my knowledge, yes. I mean, we set a profile when we apply for these in an online portal. We won't have applied for either of those projects. So the only, I guess, formal tool in terms of setting that priority would have been our draft RLTP that was available to Waka Kotahi.
And so no other...
from officers, no.
From officers. Has any... I'm testing my memory. I could only note one document that's still, I believe, sitting in confidential, which had them both flagged as projects, the RLTP, and then which both had them sitting as equal projects, and then the one ship submission, which had them both sitting as significant projects, but marginally or prior to saying that Hope Bypass was the biggest priority. Nick, are you aware of any other communications with government or with Waka Kotahi in relation to this other than those formal mechanisms?
Both myself and Mayor Tim King met with the Minister of Transport both before and after the change of government, both ministers, and indicated our priorities, our #1 for the two areas was the Hope Bypass.
I ask a question of clarification. I don't, and I really apologise if I've missed it. I don't recall ever making a decision that the Hope Bypass was more important to my community than Rocks Road. So I just don't understand where that's coming from.
It's quite straightforward.
So where is that decision?
Yeah.
Because
we made a decision at the very first meeting
certainly
of
haven't
this.
made that decision.
Yeah. We made a decision at the very beginning of this council term, and in my view, a very well justified decision, and that was to form a joint regional transport committee. And one of the reasons we did that was because for years, you've had these two adjacent councils setting different priorities, and as a consequence, our region being shortchanged. And if you go back to the debate as to, hey, look, if we're going to successfully deliver the e-buses, if we're actually going to be able to get our slice of investment in the land transport sector, we need to get Nelson and Tasman working closer together. Now, if you look at the terms of reference for that joint regional transport committee, of which both your mayor and the deputy, and we have two other councillors, Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Courtney on, clearly minuted in its decisions in the development of the plan that we would make Hope Bypass. Now, obviously, the Tasman guys were super keen. So my view, in us making the decision collectively as a council, unanimously, we decided to delegate the priority decision to the Joint Regional Transport Committee.
And did that
and that Joint Regional Transport Committee clearly made the decision to make the Hope Bypass the region's #1 priority, and that's very clearly covered in the minutes.
Through what mechanism? So there was a decision to make the Hope Bypass the #1 priority? Because I just don't remember that. Surely those
I'm more than happy to
reported at
circulate
council.
and to provide the minutes of the decisions that were made where that was determined to be the priority.
Okay, because I'm just, the deputy mayor's looking quizzical. Is that your recollection?
My understanding was the only decision on that was the submission on the State Highway Investment Program submission from the Joint Regional Transport Committee, which highlighted both projects as being really key, but said that the Hope Bypass was the priority, and that was a split vote.
Split as in split or majority?
It was majority decision.
Okay, yeah. But it's...
But the clear communications that the Joint Regional Transport Committee has given, and Stuart Bryant as the chair, has regular meetings with the South Island Group and with the others, and he has quite fairly represented the views of the Regional Transport Committee, as his proper job is to do as chair, that committee determined the Hope Bypass was the priority.
So this is our opportunity as elected members of Nelson City Council today to support that position. So we either vote in support of the RLTP, so we confirm that the Hope Bypass is our preferred option, or we don't support it, which would be indicating that we don't think the Hope Bypass is more important. Is that an option?
Yes, you could, but be careful what you wish for. And the reason I say that is because, in my view, that will be highly detrimental to the relationship that formed the basis of forming that Joint Regional Transport Committee. And I say to this council, yes, there'll be issues that come up between Nelson and Tasman, and sometimes we will disagree. But I will passionately argue around this table that we do our community a huge disservice if we disconnect Nelson and Tasman in our transport planning.
Through the Mayor, I'd just like to correct a couple of points. So the Deputy Mayor mentioned making a submission on the SHIP. So we haven't made a submission on the SHIP. We made a submission on the government policy statement. So we've never given formal feedback on the SHIP to Waka Kotahi. So I just wanted to make that point. And the other point I wanted to make was that through our submission on the draft GPS, we respectfully ask that the Rocks Road project be a project that is given regional significance through our GPS policy. So that is possibly, one of the ways that we have advocated for that project to central government.
Any questions further for officers? Okay. I'm happy to move from the chair resolutions 1, 2 and 3. Just for councillors to date, my intention, depending on how much debate there was, to try and complete the public business, to break for lunch, and then to deal with the confidential business after lunch. And so we're just going to defer lunch to whatever time it takes to resolve these resolutions. That being the case, is there a seconder for the 3 resolutions for the adoption of the Land Transport Plan? Thank you from the Deputy Mayor. The resolution is now open for debate, and as the mover, just happy to give context. Nothing is important in our council's responsibilities as the provision of transport. Hugely proud of the work that has gone into the delivery of the bus service. I note that this plan in the immediate term sets a very high priority on establishing the new bus hub, which is another important step in our public transport services, and also provides for the further improvement in our cycleways, as has been strongly advocated by a number of councillors, but does include equally key projects like the Hope Bypass. Now, there is a debate going on in the community about whether some would prefer Rocks Road Cycleway being a priority in the State Highway Investment Program over the High Bypass. My message of realism is that you've just had a government elected that has made absolutely plain that they are going to increase their investment in highways, and they intend to spend a lesser amount than the previous government on such things as active transport. For us to be sending a signal to the government and say, hey, look, we don't really want to do the Hope Bypass, we actually would much prefer to do Rocks Road, I think would be to achieve a terrible own goal. I think the message that we would be sending to government would be, actually, we're going to get what we have for the last 10 years, and that is diddly squat. That is why I say we need to be really focused. We need to be united with Tasman, and with the laser-like precision, keep the heat on the government that made a strong commitment to this government to deliver that $500 million investment in that Hope Bypass. Yes, the majority of that bypass is within Tasman District, but the importance for Nelson City is equally so. If the southern entrance to our city is continuously congested, if we are repeatedly, year after year, getting instances of whether it be storm damage or traffic accidents or other events that cause the southern entrance of our city to descend into a logjam, has an enormous impact on a region that depends on exports. Now, if there was a different government in office, and there may be in 3 years' time, and if it was a government in office that was saying our key priority is in investing in cycleways, I'd be more than happy to reconsider the priorities that we might have in our regional transport plan, because our collective responsibility is to maximise the investment that we get out of central government. And the best way for us to maximise that investment, particularly after a decade-long drought of any investment, is for us to be united with Tasman in putting heat on the government to ensure that they deliver on their commitment for this community over the Hope Bypass. There is so much more in this regional land transport plan than that single issue, but I speak about it with some passion because I do have a genuine frustration for the Nelson Tasman community that we have not been getting our fair share of the nationwide pie in respect of transport investment, that we're a region that's had enormous growth, and that I wish us to be as united and focused as possible as a community to ensure out of this government that we get that substantive investment. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. So I think I'd like to preface this by saying that I really acknowledge the work of the Joint Regional Land Transport Committee and all the staff from both councils involved. So my view, or my position, I guess, I don't want to negate or undermine their good work. However, I do want to introduce a message of realism to the conversation we're having here today. In 2018, I think it was, we had Cyclone Gita. It took out quite a lot of infrastructure around Rocks Road. I think it majorly impacted the boat house. We have in front of us that was sent around on Tuesday, a letter from between WSP and Waka Kotahi that talks about the critical risks of Rocks Road and its strength and resilience. And I just don't see how, like in Hope, at least they have a road that is resilient. If we have another storm, it's not going to potentially close that road and block off transport. We have a key transport corridor between Nelson and the rest of the region that is incredibly vulnerable, and we have an opportunity to both address that resilience and significantly improve safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, for mobility scooter users who at the moment have to go out in the traffic when they're going from Tahunanui to the city. I think that there is a huge amount of support in our community for Rocks Road, and I think that to say that introducing Hope Bypass is going to address congestion issues, I think it's only going to exacerbate congestion. We're just going to end up with a lot more traffic coming through and bottlenecking around Rocks Road. It's going to exacerbate dangers for community members who use that route, kids on bicycles, older people on micro-mobility scooters, mums and dads and grandparents with, pushchairs who are trying to get around that much loved waterfront. And we have a report from WSP saying that at any minute, those concrete slabs could collapse, and that they're concerned that there's little protection for pedestrians because of the chain, the protection. So I just really cannot support this RLTP, and I'm really sorry for that, and I ask for a division.
Other contributions? The Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. And I'll start with a comment on the wider RLTP, which is, I actually think if you look at this document and the role that it plays with the now decision making, this is a good document. This is continuing the investment program that we first laid out in 2021. This is maintaining and enhancing our investment in public transport. This is continuing our investment in core regional cycling infrastructure. This is a core reflection of actually what modern transportation planning looks like. Can the same be said for the GPS? I don't think so. No, I don't think you can call it modern transportation planning. But this document is our response to the direction that we are set by central government, and I think we have responded well. Now, it's no secret that I am a big fan and strong advocate of the Rocks Road walking, cycling and resiliency project. Simeon Brown knows that due to my proclivity for cornering him about it at any given opportunity. And I think there is a space within here where we have to reflect on the wider regional investment and the approach taken. I've been clear that I think that if these projects are to be advocated, they needed to be advocated for at be a minimum on a level footing, and that's why I didn't support our submission to the government policy statement, because it prioritised Hope Bypass. I actually don't think, and I'd encourage Councillor Sanson to be willing to support this, because I don't think that this document says that Hope Bypass is the regional priority. It says that of those funded activity classes evaluated against the established priorities, that Hope Bypass comes out as number one. But nowhere in the document itself does it say that this is the thing. And that's the part we have to understand, particularly with large infrastructure and roading projects, is that the big bit is always the thing you do last because it might not be necessary. So when we take something like the Richmond Program business case, what does it clearly say? It says do all the little things first. Make your smaller adjustments. Invest in the cheap, easy fixes before you go out and buy the Rolls Royce, to borrow some words that have been used in the transport space. That's the approach we should always be taking, is go for your low cost, low risk, take the easy interventions, make the simple, cost effective changes. And locally, in terms of what we can control, that is still, I'm proud to say, the approach that we're taking, which is the reasonable and evidence-based thing to do. Hope Bypass will have a lot more hoops and challenges to get through, particularly if the GPS stays as it is and says that every road of national significance needs to be at grade 4-lane, because the space is just not there in the allocated corridor to make that happen. And this is where you take a blanket-based approach. You'll always run into local challenges. I think it's worth reflecting that between the previous State Highway Investment Program and this one, this region has lost over $500 million worth of tagged investment, $625 million, including the $200 million for the Rocks Road project, but also tens of millions in safety, and seeing Hope Bypass relegated to being the last tranche of roads of national significance, so pushed back from its previous timeframe. All of that to say is that we should be and need to be continuing to advocate for the investment in our side of the fence, as well as in Tasman. We are stronger as a joint voice. We need to understand that as a joint voice, the transport network will always be connected. That's kind of its whole point. And if we're not looking at it holistically and actually taking a step back to say, where are all of those additional vehicles coming into Nelson going to be bottlenecked? Where is all of this additional demand going to be managed? Well, one of the core ways we know how to manage demand within a fixed urban environment is through modal shift. One of the core ways we can achieve modal shift is by providing safe and efficient infrastructure so people are willing to take the jump, to make that shift, to make it the more cost-effective and easy option. And that's how you get a well-functioning transport network. You fairly allocate the costs of each use to those use, and then you allow people to make the choices themselves. But right now, we still sit in a transport network where people do not have that freedom of choice. They cannot choose how they get around. We are making good steps. I still believe that this investment program continues to make good steps. Could it be better? Absolutely. But for what we are responding to, I think that as a council and as a region, we have responded sufficiently. But that advocacy needs to continue because this region deserves better, it deserves more, and it needs that investment.
Thanks. Deputy Mayor, any other contributions? Just exercising. Oh, Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Yeah, and I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Sanson for the ideas and she presented and the way I feel similarly torn between, really appreciating the work of the staff and elected members on that joint committee and so on, and all the work in the detail, all the good stuff that's in the plan, and then acknowledging there are some problems with it. And also acknowledging the difficulty of together a plan like this under the current GPS land transport and the way that limits where we go. The main problem I see, and again, this problem with the plan that I'm going to talk about, it's nothing to do with staff or the elected members on the joint committee. It's the responsibility of both full councils and where we sit. And I just see, and this problem is probably common to most of our major plans and strategies, is that there are fundamental inconsistencies or contradictions. Because on the one hand, the plan states it recognises that the transport network we have traditionally relied on may not be appropriate for the future. And that's a profound statement. And to me, it's not appropriate for the current day even. There's also a headline target of a 47% reduction in transport-generated carbon emissions by 2035. There are also many great projects in there around active transport safety, transport choice, and so on. And all this is a step in the right direction. It's fantastic. On the other hand, I'll touch on 3 items that I think are really utterly inconsistent with those first statements. The first obvious one is the Hope Bypass. $500 million on 4 or so kilometres of road that will increase emissions, that will increase congestion in other parts of the network, that will increase noise and air pollution, that will increase pressure on parking, and it won't solve the problems it purports to solve, which primarily, I guess, is congestion. So it's using this way of thinking that's got us into the problem and pretending it's going to be a solution. The second one is, and I know this plan's really with land transport, but there's a section in there on aviation. The airport's master plan, double passenger numbers by 2050. Again, increased emissions. So at the same time as we're saying we have these quite ambitious targets to reduce emissions, the details will say, but not here, we're going to increase them, but not here, we're going to increase them. And the challenge to resolve this, contradiction is for all of us. The third problem I'll just highlight, the focus of this RLTP will be on supporting economic and population growth. And growth does deliver benefits. At some stage, we come up against a brick wall of we cannot have ongoing growth on a finite planet. Now, when do we start thinking differently about growth? Because that whole, endless growth on a finite planet business, the problem there is that you start degrading all the things that underpin it, really our economy, which is resources and land and water and wildlife and so on. And I suggest we start thinking about it again when we've changed the actual composition of the atmosphere so that we rapidly change the climate on the only planet known to support life. We start thinking about growth again when, for example, Selwyn Council is setting aside $400 million because the rapid growth of a poorly regulated industry means they might not have safe drinking water soon. I think we start thinking about growth again when, in my lifetime, the numbers of animals in the major wildlife groups globally have decreased by 70%, and that trend is ongoing. That's when I think we need to start thinking about our relationship with growth, and that to me is today. I think this is important also in a timing sense, because last month on World Environment Day, the UN Secretary General gave a speech, and he said the updated figures, the latest science, is that to keep within the 1.5 degree limit, the annual reduction in emissions is now 9%. Okay, so a while ago it was probably 3%, but with inaction, the annual reduction target gets steeper and steeper. He also said, and I quote, "The truth is the battle for 1.5 degrees will be won or lost in the 2020s under the watch of leaders today." So that's us. It'll be won or lost under us, the people in this room, in terms of our region and being our elected representatives. It's forget about net zero 2050 or what we do in the 2040s. It's this decade. The plan before us and the next one, iteration in 3 years, those 2 plans, that's the whole decade of transport. Transport is the bulk of our emissions, certainly in the NCC region, and it's certainly a high component in Tasman as well. So with this plan, with these inconsistencies, and again, it's our collective responsibility, our collective problem, it's locking in many ways, the status quo, and we won't meet those targets. And we'll have to revisit in 3 years. Then we've got 3 years, and probably the annual rate of reduction might be 12% or 15% or so on. So, look, it's a good plan. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it, but from that highest level problem and the inconsistencies, I won't be able to support it today.
Councillor Brand.
Thanks, through the Mayor. I actually wasn't, but the debates that have been happening have just triggered some things for me, and I'm just going to take it. I'm not going to delve down into the climate change of this and the emissions of that and everything else because other people have covered off that. But I'm going to come back to the point that was raised by Councillor Sanson, which is the vulnerability and the instability of Rocks Road. Both governments know this. when we had the national government, the road of significance was the inland route, formerly known as the Southern Link. The Labor government came in and said, we're not going to do that, but we are going to address Rocks Road and we're going to put in the modal shift, and this is going to help us with public transport and everything else. And then we get a flip with the government. So we become a tool, an election tool. And quite frankly, a lot of consultation happened with our community through the Future Access Study about the minor things that the Deputy Mayor touched on and looked at priorities to help us move around our city. Now, we know that we got stuck not only with the event back in 2011, but also the event back a couple of years ago when Rock Road constantly gets blocked off. It gets the shipping containers put in the way, it goes down to one lane, everything happens, and then all the pressure gets put on Waimea Road. But we also had the problem during the previous weather event in August 22 was that Waimea Road was under infrastructure upgrade at the time and was blocked off, and there was a detour put on. So therefore our only route in and out of the city was through Rutherford Street that then linked onto Enkampa, which meant everyone was going down a urban street, not a main street. And I know there's different numbers and I'm not going to get into that. But it created the level of frustration within our community, and it stayed there, and it increases and it increases and it increases. And they get frustrated about not being listened to. They get frustrated about work not getting finished. They get frustrated with the opportunity that we have solutions, but then no action gets taken. And then we have a government election, more promises are made, different priorities are set, and then the table flips between what is the road of significance. What I think we need to do when we look at this is we're working with two regions. We are both quite small if you compare ourselves to Christchurch, Auckland, and other cities who get a lot of funding and get mentioned quite a lot in the government funding packages. We have people in Tahuna who are frustrated because the traffic lights haven't been put in at Parkers Road. We have frustration about people along Waimea Road who have been saying, oh, we're going to get the cycle lane put in here, we're going to get the connection of this, and we're working on that. And then we get distracted by shiny objects. So all I'm saying is enough. People are frustrated, people are tired. We're having the repeat, recycled conversations every time this comes up. We know we have to look at ways to create resilience within our community. We've discussed that in the Storm Task Recovery Task Force, and we've looked at the different roads and the impact that that has. So I am supporting this because we want to get stuff done. We need to finish what we start. We need to start helping our community to look at ways that they can move around their city without the continual frustration of becoming the tennis ball in a game between Labor and National Central Government as they debate every time an election comes up about what is the road of significance, and then we get no funding and nothing done. So let's just put heads down, bum up and get stuff done.
Thanks, Councillor Breen. Any other contributions? Councillor Bench.
Thank you. I agree that Rocks Road could be a beautiful place. Unfortunately, I remember as a kid, you couldn't see the rocks in Rocks Road because it was covered in seaweed. And it's always a disappointment to me when I drive around there to think that we've done that in my lifetime. The citizens of this city completely destroy that, for sure. But as far as our transport and resilience, I think we had the solution. We had the solution in the Southern Link. It's not at sea level. It is a much sounder place to have to rely on our main thoroughfare. And I was excited about that because I thought Rocks Road could have become something totally different without building into the sea and bludgeoning a bit more of nature into submission. Just Rocks Road as it is could be 20, 30K. It could have 2 lanes in a cycleway and a one for old people and little carts and things. So, to me, I can't support putting Rocks Road over top of solving our main infrastructure because it just doesn't make sense to me to do that at sea level on one side and you've got a cliff that's unstable on the other side. We really need to look deep inside ourselves if we say that we want that to be our main link in and out of the city. because you're going to get it from the above and from beside you. Whereas the one through the Southern Link was far more reliable, and it gave us the chance to simply make Rocks Road into a beautiful place because it was no longer a main highway. I think that was the solution, but it's gone. So, but I'm not going back to Rocks Road just because it's gone, because it's still, in my opinion, wrong, and the Southern Link was where we should be pushing our heavy vehicles.
Any other contributions? Just in exercising my right of reply, the first thing is I think it's entirely appropriate that this council is debating with passion and different views issues of transport. And I'll tell you why. In the 2023 survey that this council does very professionally, the number one concern of our ratepayers, where they gave us the most negative rating about performance in their community, was the issue of transport. There are different interpretations around what that level of concern is, but actually it's an area of huge importance among our responsibilities. The reason I'm strongly backing this document is because I genuinely feel it is a fair compromise. It is absolutely clear, and I've got no problem that myself and the Deputy Mayor have some different views in this area. But I do think this plan fairly reflects the range of views. And actually, if you look at its detail, it's a pretty balanced program of investment in public transport improvements, in roadways, as well as the other elements of it. I am going to be direct in respect of the debate around the Hope Bypass because I get incredibly frustrated with opponents of that project that says that those investments do not reduce congestion. And I challenge that view, and I'll challenge it with every bone in my body. What would the Nelson community be like if we had not got that, in today's terms, massive multi-$100 investment in the Stoke Bypass? Stoke would be terrible. The whole economy of this region would be a disaster zone. We would not be enjoying the standard of living that we do today, the economic or other elements, if there was not the courage to build that road at that time, of which I was extensively involved. And the very same sorts of arguments that were put up against the Hope Bypass were put up against the Stoke Bypass. And while it may be a stone's throw out of our city, we are so intricately connected with Tasman, we need to work with them. Equally, I say, the last big project we got in the region from NZTA was the Ruby Bay Bypass. Who in this region would say that the Ruby Bay Bypass was a bad idea? My view, it too has been a massive improvement. And we always need to have in the back of our mind a quite overcoming number, and it's this. There is 1.05 billion kilometres of travel by vehicle in this region every year. 93% of the movements of people and freight occur by vehicle. And while we can have, and I want to see us enhance our public transport and our cycles, we drop the ball, we lose sight of what's really on in our community when we are not prepared to make the investments in the roads to match the population growth of our region. I say quite directly, anybody who thinks investing $200 million in a cycleway around Rocks Road, that will make any significant contribution to congestion, or the millions of dollars of cost for our export industries getting their product to port, is kidding themselves. It would be lovely if our economy was flying, if the ministers and government had massive surpluses. I'd love to provide for it. But when they are saying that the economy has to be the priority at where New Zealand is at the moment, I think promoting Rocks Road is a mistake of judgment. I literally, when the minister was first appointed, raised it with him. Regardless of who is government, I see my role as mayor to get as much money out of Wellington in investment for the city. His response on Rocks Road was this: Nick, do you really expect that my government is going to make a priority of a failed promise from the previous government that said that they would get on and build the Rocks Road cycleway back in 2017? He said, Nick, you can hold me to account of the promises that we have made, but you can't expect me to deliver on the promises that were made by a previous government and not deliver. I find it difficult to find an argument against the minister on that line. And so I do say that this plan is right, and I am concerned that the Hope Bypass that was committed by this government as a road of national significance in the current GPS and transport investment plan is not being given the priority that it needs. And it is my view that this region, Nelson and Tasman Council, need to be resolute in holding the government to account on the delivery of that project. I conclude those comments on what are invaluable around the plan, acknowledge the contribution particularly of my colleagues on the Regional Transport Committee. While I express passion about the views, I do not in any way question and welcome the sorts of contributions that we've had around the table from different points of view, because, man, this stuff does matter, and I respect those opinions that have been expressed by councillors. That should be part of the debate on an issue as important as transport.
So can we get a division on it?
And we shall have a division. We'll put resolutions 1, 2 and 3 that have been moved by the Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I ask the Chief Executive to have a division.
Division on resolutions 1, 2 and 3. Councillor Anderson, have we still got you? We do.
No.
No. Councillor Benge. Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney. Aye. Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pakipaki.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
No.
Councillor Skinner.
Aye.
Councillor Stallard.
No.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Nick.
Aye.
Carried 10 to 30, 10 to 3.
Thank you.
The Chief Executive needs to tidy up on his maths. I'm going to, my plan is to move resolution 9 on the agenda for dealing with the confidential business, and then to immediately break for lunch. Is someone prepared to second the resolution with respect to confidential business? Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. That is carried. Council is adjourned until 2 p.m. for lunch.